Are you struggling to pass the CompTIA Security Plus exam? Or maybe you just want to test your knowledge before the big day? Well, you are in the right place. Today we are diving into 50 must-know Security Plus practice questions with full explanation to help you crush the exam on your first try. Whether you are prepping for the test or just sharpening your skills, these questions will challenge you and reinforce what really matters. Stick around till the end because I will explain not just the answers but why they are correct. Alright, let's jump in. Your Security Plus success starts now. Question number 1. To enhance the security of their virtualized environment and prevent VM escape attacks, an organization is implementing several security measures. Which of the following actions should be included in their security strategy? Select two options, and the options are: option A, enforcing resource allocation limits for virtual machines. Option B, regularly patching the hypervisor and virtualization software. Option C, disabling unused virtual network adapters. And option D, implementing a zero trust security model. And the correct options are option B, regularly patching the hypervisor and virtualization software. And option C, disabling unused virtual network adapters. And the explanation is: so to defend against VM escape attacks where a malicious virtual machine breaks out of its sandbox to interact with the host or other VMs, organization should: number 1, regularly patching the hypervisor and virtualization software. So this is the most critical measure. VM escape attacks often exploit vulnerabilities in the hypervisor. So keeping the hypervisor and virtualization software updated closes known security holes. And number 2, disabling unused virtual network adapters. This reduces the attack surface by preventing unnecessary communication channels between VMs and external networks and minimizes potential for lateral movement or data exfiltration. So let me further clarify it with the help of this diagram. So this is how the virtualization works. So at the base we have the hardware, on top of the hardware we have the hypervisor, and on that hypervisor then we make different virtual machines. So basically the hypervisor is the controlling mechanism or the operating system that control resources to the VMs as well as their communication, and these VMs are not supposed to directly interact with the hypervisor or with the other VMs without any control mechanism. So if due to any security vulnerabilities the VMs are able to escape from this sandbox environment and the VM is able to access the host, that is hypervisor or other VMs, then these type of attacks are known as VM escape attacks, because the VM is able to escape from its own sandbox environment. Question number 2, a financial services company is designing a new transaction processing system. The system must be capable of handling high volumes of transactions without any downtime and must also efficiently distribute processing loads. Considering the requirements of high availability, fault tolerance, and efficient load distribution, which of the following technologies should be implemented? Again, we have to select two options, and the options are: option A, load balancing; option B, clustering; option C, single server deployment; and option D, redundant power supply. And the correct options are option A, load balancing, and option B, clustering. And the explanation is: so for a high volume transaction processing system that requires high availability, fault tolerance, and efficient load distribution, The following technologies are essential. Number one, load balancing. The load balancing distributes incoming network or application traffic across multiple servers. This ensures efficient resource utilization, improves response times, and supports fault tolerance by rerouting traffic away from failed servers. What does this mean? This means that if we have, let's suppose, three servers, on the top we have load balancer. So the load balancer distribute traffic among these server. And if due to any reason one of the server fails, the traffic is no longer sent to this server, rather it is rerouted and distributed among the remaining servers. Number two, clustering. So clustering involves grouping multiple servers to work together as a single system. This provides high availability and fault tolerance, and if one server or node fails, other can take over without service interruption. Question number three, a large corporation recently deployed a new enterprise resource planning, that is ERP system. Post deployment, the IT team discovered compatibility issues with existing applications, causing disruptions in business operations. This situation highlights a failure in the change management process. What should be the primary focus to improve change management practices for future deployments? And the options are option A, conducting comprehensive user training sessions post deployment. Option B, increasing the budget for future IT projects to allow for more advanced solutions. Option C, implementing a thorough testing and validation phase before deployment. And option D, focusing exclusively on the speed of deployment to minimize downtime. And the correct option is option C, implementing a thorough testing and validation phase before deployment. And the explanation is, so the primary failure in this scenario is that compatibility issues with existing applications were not identified before deploying the new ERP system. This indicates that the testing and validation phase were either inadequate or skipped altogether. So a thorough pre-deployment testing phase helps identify compatibility and integration issues, simulate the production environment, and reduce the risk of post-deployment disruptions. So this is a core component of effective change management process. Question number 4, in determining the annualized loss expectancy, that is ALE, for various risks in a corporate network, what factors should the risk management team consider in their calculations? And we have to select two options. And the options are option A, the cost of cybersecurity insurance premiums. Option B, the potential financial impact of each identified risk. Option C, the frequency of occurrence for each identified risk. And option D, the budget available for implementing security controls. And the correct options are option B, the potential financial impact of each identified risk. And option C, the frequency of occurrence for each identified risk. So let me go through the explanation. So annualized loss expectancy, that is ALE, is calculated using the formula. So ALE is equal to SLE, that is single loss expectancy, multiplied by ARO, that is annualized rate of occurrence, where SLE, or single loss expectancy, is equal to the financial impact of a single occurrence of a risk, and ARO, that is annualized rate of occurrence, is equal to the expected frequency the risk will occur in a year. So together these give a monetary estimate of expected annual loss due to a specific risk. Question number 5. A company prevented direct access from the database administrator's workstation to the network segment that contains database servers. Which of the following should a database administrator use to access the database servers? And the options are option A, jump server, option B, radius, option C, HSM. HSM is hardware security module, and option D, load balancer. And the correct option is option A, jump server. So what is a jump server? A jump server, also called a jump host or a jump box, is a secure server that acts as an intermediary between you and the servers on a network. It's like a stepping stone you use to securely access more restricted areas. This adds security by centralizing access. You manage access through one point, that is the jump server, limiting exposure. Internal servers are not directly accessible from the internet, and providing audit trails, logs, track who accessed what, aiding security investigations. So this is how a jump server looks like. Let's suppose you are somewhere remote and you want to access this database servers through internet. So allowing this database server to be accessed directly through internet is a security hazard. So what the organization will do, that the remote administrator will first log in onto the jump server, and then from jump server he or she can access and manage the organization resources. So this jump server is a centralized access server that is hardened and allows only authorized users and services to be accessed. Question number 6. A company is deploying a firewall to enhance its network security. Security team must choose between a firewall that operates primarily at layer 4 and one that functions at layer 7. What is a key advantage of selecting a layer 7 firewall for the purpose, and it why might it be more suitable for the company's needs? And the options are option A layer 7 firewall is faster because it processes less data compared to a layer 4 firewall. Option B, a layer 7 firewall provides application level security, offering more granular control over web traffic. Option C, a layer 7 firewall is easier to configure and requires less maintenance than a layer 4 firewall. And option D, a layer 7 firewall focuses on physical security, protecting network hardware from damage. And the correct option is option B. So a layer 7 firewall provides application level security. Remember, application resides at layer 7, offering more granular control over the web traffic. And the explanation is that a layer 7 firewall, also known as an application layer firewall, operates at the top of the OSI model and provides deep packet inspection. This allows it to understand application protocol like HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, and DNS, etc. Inspect content and context such as specific URLs, user actions, or commands, and apply fine-grained policies based on user identity, application behavior, or content. This makes layer 7 firewalls especially useful for modern network environments where threats often hide within legitimate application traffic. So this is a visual representation of layer 7 firewall. So this is the network traffic, and you can consider this as a layer 7 firewall. So this layer 7 firewall understands the protocols. It can inspect the content flowing through, and you can apply application level policies through this firewall, such as let's suppose you can apply that the HTTP traffic should be blocked while the secure HTTPS traffic will be allowed through this policy application of layer 7 firewall. Question number 7. A corporate security analyst discovers that confidential company information has been leaked online. After investigating, the analyst finds spyware installed on several executives' laptops, which has been capturing keystrokes and screen activity. What is the most likely method through which the spyware was installed on these laptops? And the options are option A, the executive visited compromised websites that automatically downloaded the spyware. Option B, the company's email server was hacked and spyware was directly installed. Option C, an insider intentionally installed the spyware on the executive's laptops. And option D, the executives use unsecured public Wi-Fi networks leading to the spyware installation. And the correct option is option A. That is, the executives visited compromised websites that automatically downloaded the spyware. And the explanation is, so this is a classic case of a drive-by download attack where simply visiting a malicious or compromised website can trigger the automatic download and installation of spyware without user interaction. This method is common in real-world spyware attacks. Exploits vulnerabilities in the browser or plugins, often used to target high-value individuals such as executives. Why other options are less likely? Option B, the company's email server was hacked. So this is unlikely as hacking the email server would not directly result in spyware installation on laptop. Option C, an insider intentionally installed. So while possible, there is no evidence in the scenario to suggest insider involvement. And option D, the executive use unsecured public Wi-Fi. So public Wi-Fi may expose users to man-in-the-middle attacks, but it does not directly install spyware unless paired with other flights. Question number 8. An IT manager discovers that the organization's data encryption standards are outdated, potentially exposing sensitive data to security risks. Considering the principles of due diligence and care, what is the most appropriate action for the IT manager to take? And the options are option A, ignore the issue assuming the risk is minimal. Option B, inform senior management and propose updating the encryption standards. Option C, wait for security incident to occur before taking action. And option D, transfer the responsibility to another department. And the correct option is option B, inform the senior management and propose updating the encryption standard. And the explanation is, so under the principles of due diligence, that is being aware of risk, and due care, that is taking action to mitigate those risks, the IT manager is obligated to identify the outdated encryption as a risk, proactively communicate this issue to senior leadership, and recommend updating the standards to align with current best practices and compliance requirements. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, ignore the issue. This violates both due diligence and due care, exposing the organization to avoidable risk. Option C, wait for a security incident. So reactive behavior shows negligence and may result in legal liability or data breaches. And option D, transfer the responsibility, avoiding accountability without action breaches professional and ethical responsibilities. Question number 9. An organization's internet-facing website was compromised when an attacker exploited a buffer overflow. Which of the following should the organization deploy to best protect against similar attacks in the future? And the options are option A, NG firewall, that is next generation firewall. Option B, WAF, that is web application firewall. Option C, TLS, that is transport layer security. And option D, SD-WAN, that is software defined wide area network. And the correct option is option B, WAF, that is web application firewall. So this is how a web application firewall works. So let's suppose this is your destination server. These are our clients. And the web application firewall or WAF sits between the server and the client so that it filters all the traffic and only allows the legitimate traffic while block the unnecessary or malicious and suspicious web traffic. So a web or web application firewall acts as a security guard for your web applications. It sits between your web app and the internet, monitoring and filtering traffic. Here is the gist. So it blocks malicious traffic. Web can identify and block attacks like SQL injection and cross-site scripting that trying to steal data or manipulate your application. Focus is on application layer. So unlike firewalls that guard your entire network, web application firewalls specifically target attacks aimed at web application. And it protects from common threats. So web application firewalls are a defense against many well-known web application vulnerabilities. Question number 10. When implementing and managing antivirus solutions in an organizational settings, which two of the following best practices should be prioritized to maximize the effectiveness of the antivirus software? Select two options. And the options are option A, regularly updating the antivirus software with the latest virus definitions and software patches. Option B, disabling real-time scanning to improve system performance. Option C, ensuring that antivirus software is installed on all endpoints, including mobile devices and servers. And option D, limiting user privileges to prevent the installation of unauthorized software. And the correct option is option A, regularly updating the antivirus software with the latest virus definitions and software updates. And option C, ensuring that antivirus software is installed on all endpoints, including mobile devices and servers. And the explanation is, so to maximize the effectiveness of antivirus solutions in an organization, the following best practices are critical. A, regularly updating the software, antivirus software with the latest virus definitions and software pages. This ensures protection against new and evolving threats. And software patches address vulnerabilities in the antivirus program itself, ensuring that antivirus software is installed on all endpoints, including mobile devices and servers. Comprehensive coverage ensures no device becomes a weak point. Mobile devices and servers can be targeted in attacks just like the desktops. Question number 11. During a routine audit, it's discovered that a recent network configuration change, although minor, was implemented without going through the formal approval process. This change inadvertently created a security vulnerability that was exploited, leading to a data breach. What does this incident primarily highlight about the importance of the approval process in change management? And the options are option A, the need for continuous monitoring and automated security systems. Option B, the significance of following protocols for even minor changes. Option C, the importance of regular security training for IT staff. And option D, the relevance of having a robust incident response plan. And the correct option is option B, the significance of following protocols for even minor changes. So the scenario describes a change made without following the formal approval process, which resulted in a security vulnerability and data breach. This directly highlights the importance of adhering to proper change management protocols, even for what may seem like minor modification. Option A, C, and D are generally important for security but are not the primary lesson emphasized by this incident. Question number 12. A financial institution contracts a third party IT firm to upgrade its transaction processing system as outlined in a detailed statement of work or SOW. The SOW includes specific security requirements and deadlines. Halfway through the project, the institution realizes that the firm is not meeting these specified security requirements. What is the most appropriate initial action for the institution to take in this situation? And the options are option A, immediately terminate the contract and seek legal action. Option B, engage in discussion with the firm to address non compliance with the SOW or statement of work. Option C, overlook the security shortcomings to avoid project delays. And option D, take over the project and complete the upgrade internally. And the correct option is option B, engage in discussion with the firm to address non-compliance with the statement of work. So the most appropriate initial action when a third-party vendor is not meeting contractual requirements is to communicate the issue and attempt to resolve it collaboratively. The SOW is a binding document and the vendor should be held accountable, but engaging in discussions allows the institution to clarify expectations, reinforce compliance, and possibly get the project back on track without escalation. Option A, immediate termination and legal action is a last resort after attempts to resolve the issue fail. Option C, overlooking security issue is negligent and could lead to compliance violations or data breaches. And option D, taking over the project is drastic and may not be feasible without breaching the contract. So option B demonstrates due diligence and good vendor management. Question number 13. An organization's email security system automatically quarantines a batch of emails that are suspected of containing phishing links. Upon manual review, the IT team finds that some of these emails are legitimate business communications. What is the most likely reason for this misclassification, and what action should the organization take to prevent such occurrences in the future? And the options are option A, inadequate spam filters, update email security's spam filter settings. Option B, overly aggressive quarantine settings, fine tune the email security system's heuristics. Option C, lack of user training, conduct a phishing awareness training program. And option D, malfunctioning antivirus software, replace the antivirus solution. And the correct option is option B, overly aggressive quarantine settings, fine tune the email security system heuristics. So the issue described is false positives, that is, legitimate email being incorrectly flagged as phishing. This most commonly occurs when the email security system heuristics or filtering thresholds are too strict. Fine tuning these settings helps improve accuracy and reduce disruptions to legitimate business communication. Option A is incorrect because it's not about inadequate filtering but over filtering. Option C relates to user behavior, not system level misclassification. And option D is unrelated. Antivirus software is not responsible for email quarantine rules. Therefore, option B addresses both the cause and the best corrective action. Question number 14. A small business has recently implemented a new customer relationship management, that is CRM system. After a data breach, it is found that sensitive customer data was exposed. In this scenario, who should be identified as the risk owner for the CRM system and what action should they prioritize? And the options are: option A, the customer service manager focusing on customer communication and support. Option B, the sales manager concentrating on mitigating potential sales impact. Option C, the IT administrator focusing on securing the CRM system and preventing future breaches. And option D, the marketing manager focusing on reputation management and public relations. And the correct option is option C, the IT administrator focusing on securing the CRM system and preventing future breaches. And the explanation is: so the risk owner is the individual responsible for managing and mitigating risks associated with a specific asset, in this case, the CRM system. Since this system involves technical infrastructure and data security, the IT administrator is best positioned to understand the technical vulnerabilities and implement security controls. Option A, customer service manager is responsible for handling affected customers but not for managing the technical risk. Option B, sales manager may face business impact but is not responsible for system security. And option D, marketing manager may handle PR, that is public relation, but again, not the risk owner of the system itself. So thus option C is the correct and most appropriate choice. Question number 15. An online retailer has noticed a pattern of fraudulent transactions originating from certain IP addresses. To effectively monitor and identify such activities in the future, which detective control should the security team focus on implementing? And the options are: option A, installing a web application firewall, that is WAF. Option B, setting up a system for real-time transaction monitoring. Option C, implementing two-factor authentication for customer logins. And option D, conducting regular vulnerability assessments. And the correct option is option B, setting up a system for real-time transaction monitoring. And the explanation is: so detective controls are designed to identify and alert on suspicious activities after they occur or while they are in progress. A real-time transaction monitoring system helps detect fraudulent patterns such as repeated transactions from flagged IP addresses and enables timely responses. Option A, WAF, that is Web Application Firewall, is a preventive control that blocks malicious web traffic. Option C, two-factor authentication, is also a preventive control aimed at securing logins. And option D, vulnerability assessments are proactive but not detective. In this context, they help find weaknesses, not detect ongoing fraud. Therefore, B is the correct detective control to address the issue. Question number 16. A security analyst is reviewing the following logs. So these are the logs. As we can see, some users are trying to log in, but the logins are rejected. We have different login names, but same password is used against different login names. So which of the following attacks is most likely occurring where same password is checked or tested against different login names? The options are option A, password spraying, option B, account forgery, option C, pass the hash, and option D, brute force. And the correct option is option A, password spraying. So what is password spraying? So the log shows multiple usernames being attempted with the same password, that is string 2023. This pattern is the characteristic of a password spraying attack where an attacker tries a common password across many accounts to avoid account lockout mechanisms. Option B, account forgery involves creating fake accounts, not what's happening there. Option C, pass the hash is an attack using hash values, not plain text passwords. And option D, brute force usually targets one account with many passwords, not multiple accounts with one password. So password spraying is using one password against many users, and brute force is using one user and testing it or checking it against many passwords. So option A is most likely attack occurring based on the logs, that is password spraying. Question number 17. During a security training session, a company emphasizes the importance of verifying the identity of callers requesting sensitive information. The trainer highlights a recent case where an attacker impersonating a vendor obtained confidential contract details over the phone. This scenario underscores the necessity of which security best practice to prevent similar voice call based attacks. And the options are option A, using caller ID verification, option B, implementing strict call logging procedures, option C, enforcing a policy of not discussing sensitive information over the phone, and option D, establishing a verification process for phone call requests. And the correct option is option D, establishing a verification process for phone call requests. And the explanation is, so the attack described is a form of social engineering, specifically phishing, that is voice phishing, where attackers impersonate trusted individuals over the phone to extract sensitive information. The most effective best practice to prevent such attacks is to verify the identity of the caller using a defined process. For example, callbacks to official numbers, asking for pre-established codes, and internal validation, etc. So option A, caller ID can be spoofed and is not reliable on its own. Option B, call logging helps in audits but does not prevent attacks. And option C, blanket policy is impractical for many business functions. So therefore, option D is the most appropriate and effective preventive measure. Question number 18. An engineer needs to find a solution that creates an added layer of security by preventing unauthorized access to internal company resources. Which of the following would be the best solution? And the options are option A, RDP server, option B, jump server, option C, proxy server, and option D, hypervisor. And the correct option is option B, jump server. So we already studied about jump server in a previous question. And the explanation is, so a jump server or jump box acts as a secure intermediary between external networks and internal company systems. It requires users to authenticate before they can access internal resources, thereby adding a layer of security and controlling access to sensitive systems. Option A, RDP server provides remote access but does not add a separate security boundary. Option C, proxy server handles traffic routing and filtering, not internal resources access control. And option D, hypervisor manages virtual machines, not access control for internal resources. So jump server is best for secure, controlled access to internal systems. Question number 19, an internet service provider, that is ISP, implements software-defined networking, that is SDN, to dynamically manage its network traffic and provide customized services. With the increasing threat of cyber attacks, what is the most effective strategy to ensure the security of the SDN architecture against potential vulnerabilities? And the options are option A, limiting the use of SDN to non-critical network segments only. Option B, regularly updating and patching the SDN software components. Option C, increasing the bandwidth of the network to handle more traffic. And option D, relying on client-side security measures to protect the network. And the correct option is option B, regularly updating and patching the SDN software components. And the explanation is, so in a software-defined networking SDN architecture, the control plane is centralized and software-driven, making it a critical target for attackers. The most effective security strategy is to regularly patch and update the SDN software to fix known vulnerabilities and protect against exploits. Option A, limiting the SDN use reduces benefits without truly addressing the vulnerabilities. Option C, increasing bandwidth is unrelated to security. And option D, relying on client-side security neglects protecting the SDN's own infrastructure. So option B ensures the SDN systems remain resilient against evolving threats. Question number 20, a company's IT department is implementing a new password storage system for enhanced security. To safeguard the password against potential breaches, the IT department must choose an appropriate method for storing them. Which of the following is the most secure ways to store user passwords? And the options are option A, storing passwords in plain text in a secured database. Option B, encrypting passwords using asymmetric encryption algorithm. Option C, hashing passwords using a strong cryptographic hash function. And option D, saving passwords in an encrypted file with a master password. And the correct option is option C, hashing password using a strong cryptographic hash function. And the explanation is, so the most secure and widely recommended method for storing passwords is to hash them using a strong one-way cryptographic hash function, for example, bcrypt, argon2, or pbkdf2. This ensures that even if the password database is compromised, the plain text password cannot be easily retrieved. Option A, plain text storage is highly insecure even in a secured database. Option B, symmetric encryption allows decryption, which poses a risk if the key is exposed. And option D, encrypted file with a master password still relies on reversible encryption and centralized risk. So hashing plus salting is the best practice for protecting stored password. Question number 21. In an effort to maintain compliance with industry regulations, a financial institution has implemented automated guardrails to manage configurations and access rights in its cloud environment. After deploying a new application, it was found that the application could not connect to a critical database. What should the IT team investigate first to resolve this issue? And the options are option A, the automated guardrails setting for overly restrictive configurations. Option B, the application code for potential bugs. Option C, the physical server hardware for faults. And option D, the employee training program for gaps in cloud knowledge. And the correct option is option A, the automated guardrail setting for overly restrictive configurations. And the explanation is, so the scenario involves a new application that cannot connect to a critical database, and the organization recently implemented automated guardrails to control configurations and access. These guardrails may be too restrictive, inadvertently blocking necessary access. Option B, application code is secondary. If access is blocked by guardrails, the code won't matter. Option C, hardware faults is irrelevant in a cloud-based context. And option D, training programs won't directly fix the immediate connectivity issue. So the first step is to check the guardrails, for example, identity and access management roles, security groups, and firewall rules to ensure they are not denying needy access. Question number 22. A security analyst is reviewing alerts in the SIEM related to potential malicious network traffic coming from an employee's corporate laptop. The security analyst has determined that additional data about the executable running on the machine is necessary to continue the investigation. Which of the following logs should the analyst use as a data source? And the options are option A, application, option B, IPS/IDS, that is intrusion prevention system and intrusion detection system, option C, network, and option D, endpoint. And the correct option is option D, endpoint. And the explanation is, so to investigate a potentially malicious executable running on a specific machine, the analyst needs detailed visibility into the processes and behavior on the endpoint itself, that is the employee's laptop. Endpoint logs from EDR tools or local logging agents provide information like executable names and paths, process activity, file creation or modification, registry changes, and user activity on the system. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, application, refers to logs from installed application, for example, Office custom applications, which are not likely to provide detailed process level information on malware. Option B, IPS and IDS, focuses on network-based intrusion detection and prevention, which is good for identifying suspicious traffic but not process level details. And option C, network, provides insight into traffic patterns, not what executable is responsible for generating them. To understand what executable is running and what it's doing, endpoint logs are the right source. Question number 23. A physical security assessment of a corporate office building reveals that emergency exits are not clearly marked and some are obstructed. This poses a safety risk to employees. What is the most appropriate action for the company to take in response to this finding? And the options are option A, installing additional CCTV cameras throughout the building. Option B, conducting a comprehensive review and update of emergency evacuation procedures. Option C, implementing a key card access system for all doors. And option D, designating a security officer to monitor emergency exits. And the correct option is option B, conducting a comprehensive review and update of emergency evacuation procedures. So the core issue identified is that emergency exits are not clearly marked and are obstructed, which directly affects the safety and evacuation capability of employees in the event of an emergency. The most appropriate response is to review, update, and enforce proper evacuation procedures, including ensuring all exits are clearly marked and unobstructed, conducting regular safety drills, and complying with fire and building codes. Why the other options are less appropriate? Option A, CCTV cameras enhance surveillance but do not address the safety and usability of emergency exits. Option C, key card access systems improve access control, not emergency egress. And option D, assigning a security officer may help, but it's a reactive measure, not a systematic fix. So, clear functional emergency exits and updated evacuation procedures are critical to life safety compliance. Question number 24. A company purchased cyber insurance to address items listed on the risk register. Which of the following strategies does this represent? And the options are option A, accept, option B, transfer, option C, mitigate, and option D, avoid. And the correct option is option B, transfer. So, purchasing cyber insurance is a classic example of risk transfer strategy. Instead of bearing the full financial impact of a cyber incident, the company shifts, that is, transfers that risk to insurance provider who will cover certain costs if an incident occurs. The breakdown of the other options. Option A, accept, the company acknowledges the risk and chooses to do nothing. Option C, mitigate, the company takes steps to reduce the likelihood or impact of the risk, that is, through firewalls or through training. And option D, avoid, the company eliminates the risk entirely, often by not engaging in the risky activity. So, insurance is basically the transfer of financial risk to a third party through the purchase of cyber insurance. Question number 25. What are the key considerations when using a wildcard SSL/TLS certificate for a domain and its subdomains? Select two options. Option A, the certificate's ability to secure multiple subdomains under a single domain. Option B, the color scheme of the websites using the wildcard certificates. Option C, the need for consistent security practices across all subdomains. And option D, the preference for specific web hosting services. And the correct options are option A, the certificate's ability to secure multiple subdomains under a single domain. And option C, the need for consistent security practices across all subdomains. And the explanation is, so option A, wildcard SSL/TLS certificates are designed to ensure to secure a primary domain and all of its first level subdomains. For example, static.example.com. This reduces management overhead and simplifies deployment. Option C, since all subdomains share the same certificate, a vulnerability in one subdomain can affect all others. Therefore, it's essential to apply consistent security practices across all subdomains to minimize risk. What are the incorrect options? Option B, the color scheme of websites has no relevance to SSL/TLS certificates. And option D, while some hosting services may have preferences, wildcard certificates are not tied to specific hosts. Question number 26. A multinational corporation uses key escrow to manage the encryption keys of its overseas branches. Due to legal requirements in different countries, The corporation must be able to provide encrypted data to law enforcement upon request. How does key escrow assist in meeting these legal obligations? And the options are option A by decentralizing key management to each branch, option B by encrypting all data transmissions between branches, option C by providing a backup of all encryption keys, and option D by enabling authorized retrieval of encryption keys. And the correct option is option D by enabling authorized retrieval of encryption keys. And the explanation is so key escrow is a security arrangement where encryption keys are stored securely by a trusted third party or system, allowing authorized entities such as law enforcement to retrieve those keys when legally required. This supports compliance with data disclosure laws in various jurisdictions. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, decentralizing key management is unrelated to key escrow, which centralizes key storage for controlled access. Option B, key escrow is about key storage, not encrypting transmissions. And option C, while backups may be part of the system, the key point is controlled access, not just backup. So key escrow is basically controlled and authorized access to encryption keys when required. Question number 27. An IT manager informs the entire help desk staff that only the IT manager and the help desk lead will have access to the administrator console of the help desk software. Which of the following security techniques is the IT manager setting up? And the correct options are option A, hardening, option B, employee monitoring, option C, configuration enforcement, and option D, least privilege. And the correct option is option D, least privilege. So, least privilege is a security principle that ensures users are granted only the minimum access rights necessary to perform their job functions. By restricting admin console access to only the IT manager and help desk lead, the manager is limiting elevated privileges to only those who truly need them. The other options, so option A, hardening involves reducing system vulnerabilities, for example, disabling unnecessary services, closing ports, not access control. Option B, employee monitoring refers to tracking user activity, not restricting access. And option C, configuration enforcement applies to maintaining system settings or baselines, not access levels. So, restricting access is applying the principle of least privilege. Question number 28. Which of the following is the most likely to be used to document risks, responsible parties for those risks, and the threshold of these risks? And the options are option A, risk tolerance, option B, risk transfer, option C, risk register, and option D, risk analysis. And the correct option is option C, risk register. So, what is a risk register? A risk register is a formal document used to identify, assess, and track risks. It typically includes description of risk, responsible parties for those risks, that is, risk owner, risk levels or thresholds, mitigation strategies, and risk status updates. Question number 29. A corporate security analyst discovered that confidential company information has been leaked online. After investigating, the analyst finds spyware installed on several executives' laptops, which has been capturing keystrokes and screen activity. What is the most likely method through which the spyware was installed on these laptops? So I think this question, we have already gone through this same question, but let me reread and reiterate it so that you remember it. Option A, the executive visited compromised website that automatically downloaded the spyware. Option B, the company's email server was hacked and spyware was directly installed. Option C, an insider intentionally installed the spyware on the executive laptops. And option D, the executive used unsecured public Wi-Fi networks leading to the spyware installation. And so this is a test. You must also remember the correct option. And the correct option was option A, the executive visited compromised websites that automatically downloaded the spyware. So the most likely method for spyware installation in this scenario is a drive-by download, where visiting a compromised malicious website causes spyware to be downloaded and installed without user interaction. Executives are common targets for such attacks due to their access to sensitive data, while the other options are less likely. Option B, email server hacked. While email can be a vector for malware, there is no indication that email was involved or that malware was put directly this way. Option C, insider threat is possible but less likely unless there is evidence of intentional misuse or insider access. And option D, unsecured Wi-Fi. Using public Wi-Fi may expose traffic but does not directly lead to spyware installation unless combined with other attacks. So, drive-by download from compromised websites remain a common and plausible method for spyware infection, especially for high-profile users such as CEO or other executives. Question number 30. A company is expanding its threat surface program and allowing individuals to security test the company's internet facing application. The company will compensate researchers based on the vulnerabilities discovered. Which of the following best describes the program the company is setting up? And the options are option A, open source intelligence, option B, bug bounty, option C, red team, and option D, penetration testing. And the correct option is option B, bug bounty program. So a bug bounty program is a structured initiative where a company invites external researchers, often ethical hackers, to find and report vulnerabilities in its system, typically offering financial rewards based on the severity of the findings. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, open source intelligent or OSINT involves gathering publicly available information, not actively testing systems. Option C, red team refers to internal or hard offensive security teams that simulate real world attacks, usually without prior notice. And option D, penetration testing is a formal scoped assessment usually done by contracted professionals, not open to the public. So, bug bounty is equal to external security testing with rewards for vulnerability discoveries. Question number 31. Which of the following threat actors is the most likely to use large financial resources to attack critical systems located in other countries? And the options are option A, insider, option B, unskilled attacker, option C, nation state, and option D, activist. And the correct option is option C, nation state. So a nation state threat actor is typically backed by a government and has access to significant financial, technical, and human resources. These actors often target critical infrastructure or systems in other countries for purposes such as espionage, disruption, or strategic advantage. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, insider operates from within the organization and usually does not target foreign systems. Option B, unskilled attacker, also known as a script kiddie, lacks the capability for complex or well-funded attacks. And option D, hacktivist is motivated by ideology, not typically well-funded and less likely to conduct advanced cross-border attacks on critical systems. So, nation state actors are sophisticated, well resourced, and capable of high impact international cyber attacks. Question 32. A healthcare provider is audited for compliance with Health Ensure Probability and Accountability Act, that is HIPAA. The audit reveals that patient records are accessible by all staff members and there is no tracking of who accesses the records. Which two of the following measures would the healthcare provider implement to address these compliance issues? Select two options, and the options are option A, encrypt all patient records. Option B, implement role-based access control. Option C, conduct regular security awareness training for staff. And option D, establish audit logs for access to patient records. And the correct options are option B, implement role-based access control. And option D, implement establish audit logs for access to patient records. And the explanation is, so under HIPAA, healthcare provider must limit access to protected health information, that is PHI, and track who accesses it. So option B, role-based access control or RBAC ensures that only authorized personnel based on their job function can access patient records, reducing unnecessary exposure. And option D, audit logs provide the ability to monitor and trace access to patient data, helping detect unauthorized data access and supporting compliance audits. Why the other options are in why the others are less appropriate for this issue? Option A, encrypt all patient records. While encryption is important for data security, it does not control or track access within the system. And option C, security awareness training is helpful for general compliance but does not directly fix the issue of unrestricted and untracked access. So HIPAA compliance is minimum necessary access plus accountability through auditing. Question number 33. After a series of unexpected security incidents, a company is enhancing its incident response plan. Which two of the following actions should be included to effectively prepare for and respond to unexpected security incidents? Select two options, and the options are option A, conducting regular disaster recovery and business continuity drills. Option B, installing more surveillance cameras throughout the company premises. Option C, training employees on the identification and reporting of security incidents. And option D, ensuring all employees have unrestricted access to incident response documentation. And the correct options are option A, conducting regular disaster recovery and business continuity drills. And option C, training employees on the identification and reporting of security incidents. So, to effectively prepare for and respond to unexpected security incidents, a company should focus on proactive planning and employee readiness. Option A, disaster recovery and business continuity drills. These ensure that systems and teams are ready to respond quickly and effectively when incidents occur, minimizing the downtime and impact. And option C, employee training equips staff with the knowledge to recognize and report incidents early, which is crucial for limiting damage. Why the other options are less appropriate? So option B, surveillance cameras help with physical security but does not directly address broader incident response for cyber threats. And option D, unrestricted access to incident response documentation increases the risk of misuse or unintentional disclosure. Access should be limited to relevant personnel. So effective incident response is equal to prepared team plus practiced procedures. Question number 34. When assessing the security features of a trusted platform module that is TPM, which of the following functionalities are directly related to the capabilities of the TPM? Select two options. And the options are option A, generating and storing cryptographic keys. Option B, scanning files for viruses and malware. Option C, providing hardware-based attestation of the system's integrity. And option D, optimizing the performance of the operating system. And the correct options are option A, generating and storing cryptographic keys, and option C, providing hardware-based attestation of the system's integrity. And the explanation is, so option A, generating and storing cryptographic keys. So TPM or trusted platform modules are specifically designed to securely generate, store, and manage cryptographic keys in the hardware. This is one of their core functions. Option C, providing hardware-based attestation of the system's integrity. So TPMs can measure and report on the integrity of the system during boot, for example, BIOS or bootloader, to ensure no tampering has occurred. This is known as remote attestation. Incorrect options. Option B, scanning files for viruses and malware. This is a function of antivirus software, not TPM. And option D, optimizing the performance of the operating system. So TPM does not optimize system performance. It's focused on security, not performance. Question number 35. A newly appointed board member with cybersecurity knowledge wants the board of directors to receive a quarterly report detailing the number of incidents that impacted the organization. The systems administrator is creating a way to present the data to the board of directors. Which of the following should the systems administrator use? And the options are option A, packet captures, option B, vulnerability scans, option C, metadata, and option D, dashboard. And the correct option is option D, dashboard. And the explanation is, so a dashboard is a best tool for presenting high level summaries and visualization of data specifically for non-technical stakeholders like a board of directors. It can show metrics such as number of incidents per quarter, severity and types of incidents, trends over time, and response and resolution times. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, packet capture is too technical and low level. These are raw network data used by analysts for deep inspection. Option B, vulnerability scans. These show potential weaknesses, not actual incidents or their impact. And option C, metadata. Metadata is descriptive data about other data, for example, timestamps, file origin, not a clear summary of the incidents. Question number 36. A file integrity monitoring tool has alerted a system administrator that the hash of cmd.exe has changed. The administrator reviews operating system logs and confirms that no patches have been applied in the past 2 months. What is the most probable cause of this change? And the options are option A, a snapshot of the file system was taken. Option B, the end user changed the file permission. Option C, a rootkit was deployed. And option D, a cryptographic collision was detected. And the correct option is option C, a rootkit was deployed. So a change in the hash of cmd.exe is a core Windows system file without any legitimate updates or patches is a strong indicator of tampering or malware infection. Rootkits are advanced forms of malware that often replace or modify system binaries like cmd.exe to hide their presence or maintain control. Why other options are incorrect? Option A snapshot of the file system was taken. So taking a snapshot does not change the file contents or hashes. Option B, the end user changed the file permission. Changing permission also does not alter the file's content or hash. And option D, a cryptographic collision was detected. So collision in modern secure hashing algorithms like SHA-256 are extremely rare and not a practical explanation here. Question number 37, in NIaaS, that is Infrastructure as a Service Cloud environment, considering the shared responsibility model, which entity is accountable for the security of the company's database? And the options are option A, third party vendor, option B, DBA, that is database administrator, option C, cloud provider, and option D, client. And the correct option is option D, client. So in the IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service model, the cloud provider is responsible for securing the infrastructure, for example, networking, storage, and compute resources. But everything built on top of that, like the operating system, databases, and application, is the responsibility of the client. So the client is ultimately accountable for the security of their database, including the database access controls, encryption, patching the database software, and backup and recovery. Question number 38. A client has requested a document from a security company that covers the project scope, pricing, and timeline. Which document is most appropriate for the company to furnish? The options are option A, MSA, option B, SLA, option C, BPA, and option D, SOW. And the correct option is option D, SOW, that is statement of work. So a statement of work or SOW is the appropriate document because it defines the project scope, outlines the deliverables and timelines, include pricing and payment terms, describes responsibilities of both parties, and it is commonly used in service contracts to clearly communicate what is being delivered, when, and at what cost. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, MSA, that is Master Service Agreement, covers general terms and conditions for ongoing business relationships, not specific project details. Option B, SLA, that is Service Level Agreement, defines service performances metrics like uptime, response time, not pricing or project scope. And option C, BPA, that is Business Partner Agreement, is used to define long-term business relationships, not project-specific details. Question number 39, a penetration test report shows that a web application form field is susceptible to cross-site scripting. To mitigate this vulnerability, which application security technique should the security analyst advise the developer to implement? And the options are option A, version control, option B, code signing, option C, secure cookies, and option D, input validation. And the correct option is option D, input validation. So cross-site scripting or XSS vulnerabilities occur when untrusted user input is processed and reflected back into a web page without proper sanitization. The most effective mitigation is to validate and sanitize input to ensure that no malicious scripts can be injected. So input validation involves checking and cleaning user supplied data to ensure it conforms to expected formats and types, preventing injection of harmful code. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, version control helps track code changes, not prevent vulnerabilities like XSS. Option B, code signing ensures code integrity and authenticity, not input sanitization. And option C, secure cookies protects cookies from unauthorized access but does not address XSS or cross-site scripting in form fields. Question number 40, which of the following must be considered when designing a high availability network? Choose two options, and the options are option A, ease of recovery, option B, ability to patch, option C, physical isolation, option D, responsiveness, option E, attack surface, and option F, extensible authentication. And the correct options are option A, ease of recovery, and option D, responsiveness. So when designing a high availability network, the goal is to ensure minimal downtime and continuous service availability. Key considerations include ease of recovery. So systems should recover quickly from failures. This includes automatic failover, redundancy, and backups to ensure services are restored with minimal disruption. And responsiveness is a highly available network must maintain low latency and fast response times even under failure conditions or during rerouting. Question number 41. Before applying a high priority patch to a production system, what is the initial step a technician take? And the options are option A, air gap the system. Option B, move systems to a different network segment. Option C, create a change control request. And option D, apply the patch to the system. And the correct option is option C, create a change control request. And the explanation is, so before making changes to a production system, especially applying a high priority patch, it is essential to follow proper procedures. The first step is to create a change control request. So this ensures that the change is documented, reviewed, and approved and communicated to all stakeholders. It also includes risk assessment, scheduling, testing plans, and rollback procedures if something goes wrong. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, air gap the system. So drastic and unnecessary unless responding to an active compromise. And option B, move the system to a different network segment. This may be part of containment or mitigation plan, not the first step for a routine patch. And option D, apply the patch to the system. So skipping the change control could result in unplanned downtime, conflicts, or audit issues. Question number 42, during incident response, what is the primary purpose of conducting a root cause analysis? And the options are option A, to eradicate any trace of malware on the network. Option B, to discover which systems have been affected. Option C, to prevent future incidents of the same nature. and option D, together indicators of compromise for the investigation. And the correct option is option C, to prevent future incidents of the same nature. So the primary purpose of a root cause analysis during incident response is to identify the underlying cause of the incident, not just the symptoms. Use that information to improve defenses, close gaps, and prevent recurrence of similar incidents. So, root cause analysis focuses on long term solutions rather than short term fixes. So, why the other options are incorrect? Option A, to eradicate any trace of malware on the network. So, this is part of eradication, not root cause analysis. Option B, to discover which systems have been affected. This is part of scoping the incident done earlier in the response process. And option D, together indicators of compromises for the investigation. So, gathering indicators of compromise helps in detection and investigation, but not the main goal of root cause analysis. Question number 43. A user within a company network tries to access www.testsite.com and receives a certificate mismatch warning in their browser, but experiences no such issues when visiting www.anothertestsite.com. What type of attack does this scenario describe? And the options are option A, evil twin, option B, on path, option C, domain hijacking, and option D, DNS poisoning. And the correct option is option D, DNS poisoning. So in this scenario, the user receives a certificate mismatch warning when accessing an HTTPS site, which typically indicates that the domain does not match the certificate presented, which is a strong sign of DNS poisoning, also known as DNS spoofing. DNS poisoning involves altering DNS records to redirect user to malicious or unauthorized servers. When the browser attempts an HTTPS connection to the spoofed IP, the SSL/TLS certificate does not match the expected domain, triggering a mismatch warning. So, why the other options are incorrect? Option A, evil twins refer to a rogue Wi-Fi access point mimicking a legitimate one. Option B, on path or man in the middle involves intercepting traffic between two parties, but it does not typically cause certificate mismatch unless combined with other attacks like DNS spoofing. And option C, domain hijacking involves taking over control of a domain name, usually at the registrar level, not just altering DNS resolution locally or via poisoning. Question number 44. To prevent users from accessing unauthorized removable media, which of the following tools is most effective? And the options are option A, cable lock, option B, Faraday cage, option C, USB data blocker, and option D, proximity reader. And the correct option is option C, USB data blocker. So, USB data blocker is a physical device that connects between a USB port and a USB device to block data transfer while still allowing power to pass through. This effectively prevents unauthorized data access or exfiltration from removable media like USB drives. It is most effective when users are allowed to charge devices but should not transfer or access data. You want to prevent access to or from unauthorized USB storage devices. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, cable lock prevents physical theft of equipment, not data transfer via USB. Option B, Faraday cage blocks all wireless signals, not USB or removable media access. And option D, proximity reader used for physical access control, for example, doors, not removable media control. Question number 45. Which of the following best exemplifies a social engineering tactic that preys on an individual's feeling of urgency? And the options are option A, a smishing message stating a package is scheduled for pickup. Option B, a phishing email stating a case settlement has been awarded but will expire soon. Option C, a spam notification claiming to be undercover law enforcement investigating cybercrime. And option D, a wishing call that requests a donation to be made to a local charity. And the correct option is option B, a phishing email stating a case settlement has been awarded but will expire soon. So why this is correct option? So this example clearly uses urgency as a social engineering tactic. It pressures the target to act quickly before they have time to think critically or verify the legitimacy. The message creates fear of missing out, that is FOMO, by saying the settlement will expire soon, prompting impulsive action. Why the other options are less accurate? Option A, smishing about package pickup. So praise more on curiosity or convenience, not urgency. Option C, spin from law enforcement, relies more on fear and authority, not urgency. And option D, wishing call for charity donation, uses empathy or guilt, not specifically urgency. Question 46. A security analyst, while investigating an application breach through logs, discovers the following entry. So, this is the entry that the security analyst discovers. So, what type of attacks has been identified? The options are option A, cross-site scripting, option B, DLL injection, option C, API attack, and option D, SQL injection. And the correct option is option D, SQL injection. So the log entry shows a classic SQL injection pattern. This payload is attempting to manipulate the SQL query by injecting R1 is equal to 1, which is a true condition. If the input is not properly sanitized, it can cause the application to bypass authentication or expose data. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, cross-site scripting involves injecting JavaScript or HTML, not SQL. Option B, DLL injection, a technique used to inject malicious dynamic link libraries into processes unrelated to web URLs or SQL queries. And option D, option C, API attack. While API attacks can include SQL injection, this is not specifically an API request, but rather a web form injection. Question number 47. An audit revealed that personally identifiable information, that is PII, is being used in the development environment of a crucial application. Chief Privacy Officer, that is CPO, insists on its removal, but developers are concerned that real data is essential for functionality testing and specific data searching. What is the most effective solution a security professional can implement to meet both the CPO's directive and the development team's needs? And the options are option A, data tokenization, option B, data encryption, option C, data anonymization, and option D, data masking. And the correct option is option D, data masking. So data masking is the most effective solution in this case because it replaces the real personally identifiable information with realistic but fictional data preserving the structure and format needed for development and testing. It ensures compliance with privacy regulations by preventing exposure of actual sensitive data, and it allows developers to test functionality and perform data searches using masked data that behaves similarly to real data. Question number 48. A company is developing a data loss prevention solution, that is DLP solution, on its file server, which contains PII, that is personally identifiable information, financial and health data. The company intends to apply different DLP rules based on the type of data. What is the crucial first step the company should take to achieve this objective? And the options are: option A, assign the application owner; option B, perform a risk analysis; option C, classify the data; and option D, mask the data. And the correct option is option C, classify the data. So the crucial first step in applying different DLP rules based on the type of data, for example, PII, financial or health data, is to classify the data. This means identifying and labeling data types according to the sensitivity and compliance requirements so that DLP policies can be tailored appropriately for each data category. Without classification, the DLP solution won't know how to treat different types of data. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, assign the application owner. Important for accountability, but not the first technical step towards enforcing DLP policies. Option B, perform a risk analysis. It helps understand overall risk but does not enable technical enforcement of DLP rules by data type. And option D, mask the data. It is a mitigation step, not helpful unless data has already been classified and you know which data to mask. Question number 49. A report delivered to the Chief Information Security Officer, that is CISO, shows that some user credentials should be exfiltrated. The report also indicates that users tend to choose the same credentials on different systems and applications. Which of the following policies should the CISO use to prevent someone from using the exfiltrated credentials? And the options are: option A, MFA, that is multi-factor authentication; option B, lockout; option C, time-based logins; and option D, password history. And the correct option is option A, MFA, that is multi-factor authentication. So when user credentials are exfiltrated and reused across multiple systems, the best defense is multi-factor authentication, or MFA. MFA adds a second layer of security beyond just a username and password, such as one-time code, biometric verification, or smart token. Even if an attacker steals valid credentials, MFA prevents access without the second factor. It directly addresses the risk of credential reuse and credential theft. Why the other options are less effective? Option B, lockout, prevents brute force attacks but does not stop attackers with valid stolen credentials. Option C, time-based logins, restrict access to certain times but does not prevent credential abuse outside those times if within allowed windows. And option D, password history, prevents users from reusing the old password but does not stop attackers from using current stolen credentials. Question number 50. A large enterprise is optimizing its network infrastructure with the implementation of load balancers. The network team is tasked with configuring the load balancer to enhance both performance and security. Which two of the following configurations should be applied to achieve these objectives? Select two options, and the options are option A, configuring the load balancers for content-based routing to efficiently distribute specific types of traffic. Option B, setting up the load balancer to double as antivirus scanners for incoming traffic. Option C, implementing health checks on the load balancer to ensure traffic is sent to operational servers. And option D, using the load balancer to perform rate limiting to prevent excessive traffic from overwhelming the servers. And the correct options are option A, configuring the load balancers for content-based routing to efficiently distribute specific types of traffic. And option C, implementing health checks on the load balancer to ensure traffic is sent to the operational servers. The explanation is, so option A, the content-based routing has the performance benefits, so routes traffic based on content. That is URL paths, headers, ensuring requests are handled by the most suitable servers. This helps optimize resource usage and response times. Health checks, reliability benefit ensures traffic is only sent to healthy operational servers, preventing downtime and degraded performance. It improves availability and overall network resilience. So that's all for this video. Please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next video on the Security Plus practice questions. Also, if you want to learn the basics or go through the content of Security Plus, I will give the links of my free Security Plus course in the description, where you can go through the course and watch the content if you want to learn the basics. Thank you and see you in the next video. Question number 51. An e-commerce company sets a recovery point objective that is RPO of 15 minutes for its online ordering system. If there is a system outage, what aspects should be prioritized to ensure compliance with RPO? So remember that recovery point objective deals with the recovery or backup of data. So this is a clue or hint this question. And the options are option A, maintaining a high availability environment for the ordering system. Option B, conducting regular drill to test the system's uptime and reliability. Option C, implementing real-time or near real-time data replication. And option D, outsourcing the management of the ordering system to a third-party provider. And the correct option is, as I said, the recovery point objective deals with the data backup or data replication. So the correct option is implementing real-time or near real-time data replication. And the explanation is, the recovery point objective defines how much data loss is acceptable in the event of a failure, the failure of this online ordering system. An RPO of 15 minutes means the system must be able to recover all data up to 15 minutes before the outage. To achieve this, the organization must ensure that data is backed up or replicated at least every 15 minutes, ideally in real time or near real time, so that no more than 15 minutes of data is lost. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, high availability ensures that the system stays online, but it's more relevant to RTO, that is recovery time objective, than RPO. Option B, regular drills help validate recovery processes and uptime, but they do not directly ensure data is captured within 15-minute intervals. And option D, outsourcing might or might not meet the RPO depending on the provider's capabilities. It's not inherently a solution for RPO compliance. So this is how RPO look like. So let's suppose if we take the backup of our system at this point in time, let's suppose this is 11 o'clock, then we must take another backup at 11:15, no later than 11:15. So this is 15-minute interval. And if there is disaster at some point in time, we may expect the data loss of no more than 15 minutes. So this interval may be 10 minutes, maybe 8 minutes, but it will be always less than 15 minutes. Question number 52. A cybersecurity analyst is tasked with acquiring data from a mobile device as part of an investigation in unauthorized access to corporate data. What should be the analyst's first action to ensure a proper and forensically sound acquisition of the data from the mobile device? And the options are: option A, connecting the mobile device to the corporate network to document its current state. Option B, placing the mobile device in airplane mode to prevent remote wiping or data alteration. Option C, performing a factory reset on the mobile device to analyze its baseline security settings. And option D, immediately starting the data extraction process using the first available tool. And the correct option is placing the mobile device in airplane mode to prevent remote wiping or data alteration. And the explanation is, so the first step in a forensically sound acquisition of data from a mobile device is to preserve the evidence. Mobile devices are vulnerable to remote access, wiping, or alteration, especially if they are connected to cellular or Wi-Fi networks. Placing the device in airplane mode prevents it from communicating with external sources, ensuring that no remote commands can modify or delete the data. This is a critical preservation step before any data extraction or analysis takes place. So remember, whenever there is an incident and we need to acquire the evidence for some investigation or forensic, the most important and the foremost important step is to preserve the evidence as it is, to prevent the evidence from being changed or from being tampered during or before the investigation. Question number 53. A small business has recently contracted with a third-party vendor to manage its network infrastructure. The vendor will be responsible for maintaining network security, hardware, and software updates. In this context, which of the following should the small business prioritize to maintain a secure and reliable network environment? And the options are: option A, delegating all security responsibilities to the vendor to maximize efficiency. Option B, establishing a clear service level agreement or SLA with defined security responsibilities. Option C, choosing a vendor based solely on the recommendation of a trusted business partner. And option D, focusing exclusively on the cost savings achieved by outsourcing network management. And the correct option is option B, establishing a clear service level agreement with defined security responsibilities. And the explanation is, so when a business outsources critical functions like network management, it must ensure that security responsibilities, performance expectations, and compliance requirements are clearly documented. This is done through a service level agreement or SLA. A well-defined SLA helps avoid confusion and ensure accountability for both the business and the vendor. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, delegating all security responsibilities without oversight is risky. The business still shares responsibility and must ensure security controls are enforced. Option C, choosing a vendor based on a recommendation without proper evaluation may lead to poor security or service gaps. And option D, focusing only on cost savings overlooks critical aspects like security, performance, and support, which could result in greater losses in the long run. So SLA is basically an agreement between the client and the provider, and this agreement documents the service requirements, and based on the service delivery, the client can then give feedback to the provider that the delivery of the service is according to and up to the performance documented in SLA or otherwise. Question number 54. A multinational corporation is updating its web filtering policies to include advanced URL scanning techniques to protect against web-based threats. To maximize the effectiveness of the URL scanning while maintaining business efficiency, which two of the following actions should the IT security team take? Select two options, and the options are: option A, implement category-based filtering in addition to URL scanning to block access to known harmful categories of websites. Option B, allow all encrypted, that is HTTPS URLs to bypass the scanning process to respect privacy. Option C, regularly review and update the URL scanning criteria to adapt to evolving web threats. And option D, configure the URL scanner to block all unknown URLs as a precautionary measure. And the correct options are: option A, implement category-based filtering in addition to URL scanning to block access to known harmful categories of websites. And option C, regularly review and update the URL scanning criteria to adapt to evolving web threats. And the explanation is, so option A, category-based filtering complements URL scanning by preemptively blocking entire categories of websites known to pose risk, for example, malware, adult content, and gambling. This reduces exposure and lowers the scanning workload. Option C, regularly uploading URL scanning criteria ensures that the system stays effective against new threats such as phishing sites, malware, delivery domains, or newly compromised URLs. So why the other options are incorrect? Option B, allowing all encrypted, that is HTTPS URLs to bypass scanning would create a major blind spot, as most modern web threats now use HTTPS. A secure way to inspect HTTPS traffic, for example, SSL infections, should be implemented instead. Option D, blocking all unknown URLs may lead to high false positive, disrupting business productivity and access to legitimate but lesser known sites. Question number 55. An organization is enhancing the security of its email server. The server currently uses port 25 for SMTP, that is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, which does not offer encryption. To improve email security, which port should the organization configure for secure email transmission using SMTP with TLS, that is Transport Layer Security? And the options are: option A, port 110, commonly used for POP3 to diversify the protocol usage. Option B, port 143, typically used for IMAP to enhance compatibility with email clients. Option C, port 587, recommended for secure SMTP submission with TLS. And option D, port 80, standard for HTTP to utilize a commonly open port. And the correct option is option C, port 587, recommended for secure SMTP submission with TLS, that is Transport Layer Security. And the explanation is, so port 587 is the standard port used for SMTP with start TTLS encryption, which upgrades an insecure connection to a secure one using Transport Layer Security, that is TLS. This port is specifically designed for email submission from clients to servers and is recommended by the IETF standards for secure email transmission. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, port 110 is for POP3, not SMTP, and does not improve security for sending email. Option B, port 143 is used for IMAP, which is for retrieving email, not sending it. And option D, port 80 is for HTTP, not email. Using it for SMTP would violate standards and offer no security benefit. Question number 56. An energy company is conducting a series of simulation exercises to prepare for various cybersecurity threats, including ransomware attacks, DDoS attacks, and insider threats. The exercises aim to improve the company's resilience and readiness. What key elements should be included in the simulation exercises to ensure comprehensive preparation? And again, we have to select two options, and the options are option A, focusing exclusively on the technical aspects of threat mitigation. Option B, involving stakeholders from IT, legal, HR, and executive management. Option C, documenting and reviewing the outcome to identify areas for improvement. And option D, limiting the scenarios to most likely and common cyber threats. And the correct options are option B, involving stakeholders from IT, legal, HR, and executive management. And option C, documenting and reviewing the outcomes to identify areas for improvements. And the explanation is so option B, involving stakeholders from IT, legal, HR, and executive management ensures a cross functional response. Cybersecurity incidents often have technical, legal, operational, and reputational impacts, including all relevant departments prepare the organization to respond holistically. Option C, documenting and reviewing the outcomes is critical to a continuous improvement process. By identifying what went well and what didn't, the organization can refine its response plans and increase future resilience. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, focusing exclusively on technical aspects overlooks essential non-technical components like communication, legal obligations, and business continuity. And option D, limiting scenarios to only common threats may leave the organization vulnerable to emerging or high impact threats that are less frequent but more severe. For example, nation state attacks. Question number 57. In preparation for potential cybersecurity incidents, a financial organization is planning to conduct training for its employees. To maximize the effectiveness of the training program, which two of the following components should be prioritized? We have to select two options, and the options are option A, focusing on the specific security risks and scenarios relevant to the financial sector. Option B, providing general information about the history of cybersecurity and past incidents. Option C, offering role-based training tailored to the responsibilities of different employees groups. And option D, including a module on the use of personal devices and social media in the workplace. The correct options are option A, focusing on the specific security risks and scenarios relevant to the financial sector. And option C, offering role-based training tailored to the responsibilities of different employee groups. And the explanation is so option A, sector-specific training ensures that employees understand the unique threats and compliance requirements faced by financial organizations such as phishing, wire fraud, data breaches, and regulatory risks. For example, PCI DSS and SOX. PCI DSS is Payment Card Industry and Data Security Standard that deals with the credit card. It is a credit card standard. And SOX is another law basically applicable in US that deals with the customer's financial information. Role-based training ensures that each employee receives relevant and actionable guidance based on their role. For example, a finance officer may need to know about fraud detection while IT staff need to focus on incident response and technical safeguards. So why the other options are less effective? Option B, general history of cybersecurity may be interesting but has limited practical value for preventing current threats. And option D, personal device and social media usage may be part of a broader policy, but it is not as high priority as sector specific threats and role relevant training in a financial organization. Question number 58. An organization's IT department has automated several time consuming security tasks such as page management and log analysis. However, the department is still facing challenges in proactively identifying and mitigating emerging threats. What should the IT department focus on to leverage automation as a workforce multiplier more effectively? And the options are option A, focusing on the specific security risk and scenarios relevant to the financial sector. Option B, providing general information about the history of cybersecurity and past incidents. Option C, offering role based training tailored to the responsibilities of different employee groups. And option D, including a module on the use of personal devices and social media in the workplace. And the correct option is option B, providing general information about the history of cybersecurity and past incidents. And the explanation is, so while automation can handle repetitive tasks like patching and log analysis, it's the human expertise that interprets results, identifies patterns, and makes strategic decisions. By training staff to analyze trends and think proactively, the organization turns automation into a force multiplier, allowing limited personnel to do more with the tools at hand. So why the other options are less effective? Option A, increasing the budget might help, but without skilled staff to use advanced tools effectively, it won't solve the underlying challenge. Option C, outsourcing all security may reduce internal capacity and does not inherently solve proactive threat identification unless tightly managed. And option D, stricter access controls improve security but do not directly address the need to identify emerging threats proactively. Question number 59. During a routine security audit, an IT security analyst discovers that the company's web application is vulnerable to brute force attacks due to weak password policies. What should be the analyst's next step to prevent similar incidents? The options are option A, disable user accounts after 3 consecutive failed login attempts. Option B, implement two-factor authentication for all user accounts. Option C, encrypt all sensitive data stored in the web application's database. And option D, conduct regular penetration testing to identify other potential vulnerabilities. And the correct option is option B, implement two-factor authentication for all user accounts. And the explanation is, so two-factor authentication significantly enhances account security by requiring an additional form of verification beyond just a password. Even if a user password is weak or compromised, two-factor authentication can prevent unauthorized access, making brute force attacks less effective. So why the other options are less effective as the next step? Option A, disabling accounts after failed logins is a useful rate limit tactic, but it alone does not fully mitigate the risk posed by weak passwords. Option C, encrypting sensitive data is important for data replication, but it does not prevent brute force login attempts. And option D, penetration testing helps find other vulnerabilities, but in this case, a known issue such as weak password protection already exists and should be addressed immediately with a preventive control like two-factor authentication. So two-factor authentication as shown in the diagram, besides the traditional username and password, we have another factor such as your smartphone. When you log in, you receive a notification or a PIN code. that you need to log in to enter after this login, so that even if this password is compromised, the hacker or the malicious actor still cannot use your accounts, since they have not access to your smartphone or this authenticator application. Question number 60. During a physical security assessment of a data center, it is discovered that there are no surveillance cameras in critical areas such as server rooms and entry-exit points. What should be the data center's immediate action to enhance physical security and protect sensitive equipment? And the options are: option A, implementing biometric access controls at all entry points. Option B, installing surveillance cameras in critical areas. Option C, conducting regular security awareness training for staff. And option D, upgrading the facilities, firewall, and network security systems. And the correct option is option B, installing surveillance cameras in critical areas. So surveillance cameras are a fundamental part of physical security. They provide real-time monitoring, deterrent against unauthorized access, and evidence collection in the event of an incident. Since the assessment identified a lack of cameras in critical areas, the immediate action should be to install them to fill that gap. Why the other options are less suitable as the immediate action? Option A, biometric access control are strong security measures but take more time and cost to implement, and cameras are a more immediate fix for the identified issues. Option C, security awareness training is valuable but does not directly address the lack of surveillance. And option D, firewall and network upgrades relate to cybersecurity, not physical security, which is the concern here. Question number 61. Which of the following is an effective tool to stop or prevent the exfiltration of data from a network? And the options are: option A, DLP, that is data loss prevention. Option B, NIDS, that is network intrusion detection system. Option C, TPM. And option D, FDE. And the correct option is option A, DLP. So what is a DLP? DLP, or data loss prevention, is specifically designed to detect and prevent unauthorized transmission or leakage of sensitive data outside the organization's network. It monitors data in use, in motion, and at rest, and can block or alert on suspicious activity that could indicate data exfiltration. Why the other options are incorrect? So option B, NIDS, that is network intrusion detection system, detects malicious traffic or intrusion but does not actively block data exfiltration. Option C, TPM, that is trusted platform module, is a hardware chip for secure storage and device integrity checks, not related to data exfiltration. And option D, full disk encryption, that is FDE, protects data at rest, not in transit or being exfiltrated. Question number 62. Several attempts have been made to pick the door lock of a security facility. As a result, the security engineer has been assigned to implement a strong preventive access control. Which of the following would best complete the engineer's assignment? And the options are: option A, replacing the traditional key with an RFID key. Option B, installing and monitoring a camera facing the door. Option C, setting motion sensing lights to illuminate the door on activity. And option D, surrounding the property with fencing and gates. And the correct option is option A, replacing the traditional key with an RFID key. And the explanation is: so the question specified the need to implement a strong preventative access control due to repeated attempts to pick the door lock. Preventative controls are designed to stop security incidents before they occur. Replacing a traditional key with an RFID key eliminates the vulnerability of the lock picking, which directly addresses the problem. RFID access is more secure and harder to bypass than traditional mechanical locks. Why the other options are less suitable? Option B, installing and monitoring a camera is a detective control, not a preventative one. It helps observe but does not prevent access. Option C, motion sensing lights may deter intruders but do not physically prevent unauthorized access. And option D, fencing and gates enhance perimeter security but do not directly address the door lock issue or provide fine-grained access control. Question number 63. This is 63. Which of the following can be used by a monitoring tool to compare values and detect password leaks without providing the actual credentials? And the options are option A, hashing, option B, tokenization, option C, masking, and option D, encryption. And the correct option is option A, hashing. So what is a hashing? Hashing converts data such as password into a fixed length irreversible value. Monitoring tool can compare hashes to detect password leaks without revealing the actual credentials, making it ideal for secure comparison. For example, if a leaked database contains password hashes, a system can hash a known password and compare it to the leak. If the hashes match, the password is compromised without ever exposing the original password. Why the other options are incorrect? So option B, tokenization replaces data with a reference token, which is useful for storage but not ideal for comparing value in the leaks. Option C, masking hides part of data, for example, PA, and this data is hide RD. It's for display, not secure comparison. And option D, encryption is reversible with a key. So it is not ideal for comparison without decrypting. Question number 64. A security engineer is building a file transfer solution to send files to a business partner. The users would like to drop off the files in a specific directory and have the server send the file to the business partner. The connection to the business partner is over the internet and needs to be secure. Which of the following can be used? And the options are option A, S-MIME, option B, LDAPS, option C, SSH, and option D, SRTP. And the correct option is option C, SSH or secure shell. So SSH or secure shell can be used to create a secure file transfer solution using protocols like SFTP, that is SSH file transfer protocol, or secure file transfer protocol, or SCP, that is secure copy protocol. These protocols allow secure file transfer over the internet using encryption and authentication, and they can be automated so that users simply place files in a specific directory and the server transfers them securely to the business partner. Why the other options are incorrect? Option A, S-MIME is used for securing email messages, not file transfer. Option B, LDAPS is LDAP over SSL, which is used for directory services, not file transfer. And option D, SRTP, that is Secure Real-Time Transport Protocol, is used for secure real-time audio and video, not file transfers. Question number 65. An administrator needs to protect user passwords and has been advised to hash the passwords. Which of the following best describes what the administrator is being advised to do? And the options are option A, perform a mathematical operation on the passwords that will convert them into unique strings. Option B, add extra data to the passwords so their length is increased, making them harder to brute force. Option C, store all passwords in the system in a rainbow table that has a centralized location. And option D, enforce the use of one-time passwords that are changed after every login. And the correct option is option A, perform a mathematical operation on the passwords that will convert them into unique strings. And the explanation is, so hashing is the process of applying a one-way mathematical function to the input data like password to produce a fixed length unique string that is the hash. This string is not reversible, which means the original password cannot be easily derived from the hash. It is a standard method for securely storing the passwords. Why the other options are incorrect? Option B, this refers to salting, which is often used with hashing, but it is not the same as hashing. Option C, rainbow tables are pre-computed hash lookup tables often used by attackers. They should be defended against, not used for storage. And option D, one-time passwords or OTPs are a different authentication method not relating to hashing stored passwords. Question number 66. Which of the following would be indicative of a hidden audio file found inside of a piece of source code? The options are option A, steganography, option B, homomorphic encryption, option C, cipher suit, and option D, blockchain. And the correct option is option A, steganography. So steganography is the practice of hiding data within other seemingly innocuous data. In this case, if an audio file is hidden inside a piece of source code, it would be an example of steganography. Similarly, hiding data inside an image is also an example of steganography. So the other options such as homomorphic encryption allows computations on encrypted data without decrypting it. Cipher suits refers to a set of cryptographic algorithms used in the network protocols like TLS. And blockchain is a decentralized ledger unrelated to hiding files in code. Question number 67. A user enters a username and a password at the login screen of a web portal or for a web portal. A few seconds later, the following message appears on the screen. Please use a combination of numbers, special characters, and letters in the password field. Which of the following concepts does this message describe? And the options are option A, password complexity, option B, password reuse, option C, password history, and option D, password age. And the correct option is option A, password complexity. So the message, please use a combination of numbers, special characters, and letters in the password field is clearly referring to rules about the structure of the password, which is known as password complexity. Other options, option B, password reuse prevents user from using the same password again. Option C, password history tracks old passwords to stop reuse. And option D, password age refers to how long a password has been in use. Question number 68. Which of the following is a reason to publish files hashes? And the options are option A, to validate the integrity of the files. Option B, to verify if the software was digitally signed. Option C, to use the hash as a software activation key. And option D, to use the hash as a decryption pass phrase. And the correct option is option A, to validate the integrity of the files. So publishing file hashes like MD5 or SHA-1 or SHA-256 allows user to verify the integrity of a downloaded file. So after downloading, a user can generate a hash of the file on their system and compare it to the published hash. So if the hash is matched, the file has not been altered or corrupted. If the hashes do not match, the file has been tampered with or damaged. So why the other options are incorrect? Option B, verifying digital signature involves certificates, not published hashes. Option C, activation keys are not derived from file hashes. And option D, hashes are not used as decryption passphrases. Passphrases are separate from file integrity checks. Question number 69. A security manager has tasked the Security Operations Center, that is SOC, with locating all web servers that respond to an unsecure protocol. Which of the following commands could an analyst run to find the requested servers? And the options are option A, ns lookup 10.10.10.0. Option B, nmap-p 80.10.10.10/20/24. Option C, path ping 10.10.10.0-p 80. And option D, ne-l-p 80. And the correct option is option B, nmap-p, where this P flag stands for port, and this is port number, and this is the network, that is 10.10.10.0/24. So the security manager wants to locate web server responding over an unsecure protocol, which typically means HTTP on port 80, not HTTPS. So the command nmap-p 80.10.10.10.0/24, it uses nmap, a network scanning tool. -p80 tells it to scan devices with port 80 open, that is HTTP, and 10.10.10.0/24 specify a subnet range of IP addresses to scan. So this will return all hosts within that subnet that are accepting HTTP connections. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, NS lookup 10.10.10.0 is used for DNS queries, not for checking open ports or protocols. Option C, path ping 10.10.10.0-p80. So path ping is a network route diagnostic tool. It does not check for open ports. And option D, ne-l-p 80 is likely a typo or misuse of netcat, and even if correct, it's used to listen on a port, not scan. Question number 70. Which biometric error would allow an unauthorized user to access a system? And the options are option A, false acceptance, option B, false entrance, option C, false rejection, and option D, false denial. And the correct option is option A, false acceptance. So a false acceptance occurs when a biometric system incorrectly identifies an unauthorized person as an authorized user, thereby granting them access. This is a security risk, as it means the system fails to block an imposter. So other options, option B, false entrance, is not a standard biometric term. Option C, false rejection, is when a valid user is wrongly denied access. It impacts usability, not security. And option D, false denial, is synonym for false rejection, also affects legitimate users, not attackers. Question number 71. A company is auditing the manner in which its European customers' personal information is handled. Which of the following should the company consult? And the options are option A, GDPR, option B, ISO, option C, NIST, and option D, PCI DSS. And the correct option is Option A, GDPR. So why is that? So GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, is a European Union regulation that governs how companies collect, store, and process the personal data of EU citizens. If a company is auditing how it handles European customers' personal information, it must ensure compliance with GDPR. Why the other options are incorrect? Option B, ISO refers to international standards like ISO IEC 27001 but not specific to European data privacy laws. Option C, NIST is a US based cybersecurity framework not legally binding for EU data handling. And option D, PCI DSS focuses on payment card data security, not general personal information. Question number 72. Which of the following are common voice over IP associated vulnerabilities? Choose two options, and the options are option A, spam, option B, wishing, option C, hopping, option D, phishing, option E, credential harvesting, and option F, tailgating. And the correct options are option A, spam, and option B, wishing. So option A, spam, that is spam or instant messages. So while spam is traditionally associated with instant messaging, it's also considered a VoIP-related vulnerability in systems like soft phones, unified communication platforms, and SIP-based messaging, that is session-initiated protocol-based messaging. Attackers can send unsolicited messages over VoIP-based messaging protocols, sometimes leading to phishing links, malware, or scams. Option B, wishing, that is voice phishing. So this is a classic VoIP threats where attackers use voice calls over VoIP systems to impersonate trusted entities and trick users into disclosing confidential information. So voice over IP enables caller ID spoofing, making phishing more dangerous and scalable. Question number 73. Which of the following describe the exploitation of an interactive process to gain access to restricted areas? And the options are option A, persistence, option B, buffer overflow, option C, privilege escalation, and option D, farming. And the correct option is option C, privilege escalation. So privilege escalation is the exploitation of a vulnerability or an interactive process to gain unauthorized access to restricted areas or higher privileges within a system. So attackers may start with limited access and then exploit flaws in software, services, or system configurations to elevate their privileges, for example, from a regular user to admin or root. This often involves interactive processes such as manipulating running application or scripts. So the other options, option A, persistent, refers to maintaining access after compromise, not gaining it. Option B, buffer overflow, is a specific attack technique that can be used to achieve privilege escalation, but it's not general term describing access escalation. And option D, farming, is a DNS-based attack that redirects users to fake websites. It's unrelated to interactive system processes. Question number 74. An organization is planning to open other data centers to sustain operations in the event of a natural disaster. Which of the following considerations would best support the organization's resiliency? And the options are option A, geographic dispersal, option B, generator power, option C, fire suppression, and option D, facility automation. And the correct option is option A, geographic dispersion. So geographic dispersal means placing data centers in different physical locations, ideally in different geographic regions. This ensures that if a natural disaster like an earthquake, flood, or hurricane affects one location, The other data center remains operational, supporting business continuity and disaster recovery. This is the best way to ensure resiliency the risk of as it minimizes the risk of a single point of failure due to regional events. Question number 75. A security engineer is deploying a new wireless network for a company. The company shares office space with multiple tenants. Which of the following should the engineer configure on the wireless network to ensure that confidential data is not exposed to unauthorized users? And the options are option A, EAP, option B, TLS, option C, HTTPS, and option D, AES. And the correct option is option D, AES, that is Advanced Encryption Standard. So the scenario involves setting up a wireless network in a shared office space. So the priority is to protect the confidentiality of data over the air. AES or Advanced Encryption Standard is the encryption algorithm used by WPA2 and WPA3, which are modern standards for securing Wi-Fi traffic. It ensures that even if other tenants are within the range of wireless network, they cannot intercept or read the data. So now let's briefly look at the other options. Option A, AEP or Extensible Authentication Protocol is used for authentication, not for encrypting the data. It helps verify user but does not protect data confidentiality on its own. Option B, TLS, that is transport layer security, is used for encrypting individual sessions like HTTPS websites or secure email. It's not what you configure directly to protect a wireless network's data stream. And option C, HTTPS, secures web traffic, not the Wi-Fi network itself. While it does encrypt browser traffic, it does not prevent other types of network sniffing on an unprotected wireless network. Question number 76. The Chief Compliance Officer from a bank has approved a background check policy for all new hires. Which of the following is the policy most likely protecting against? And the options are option A, preventing any current employee's sibling from working at the bank to prevent nepotism. Option B, hiring an employee who has been convicted of theft to adhere to industry compliance. Option C, filtering applicants who have added false information to resumes so they appear better qualified. And option D, ensuring no new hires have worked at other banks that may be trying to steal customer information. And the correct option is option B, hiring an employee who has been convicted of theft to adhere to industry compliance. And the explanation is so a background check policy for new hires, especially in a banking environment, is primarily meant to identify past criminal behavior, for example, theft or fraud. It ensures compliance with financial industry regulations and protect the organization from hiring individuals who pose a security or fraud risk. Let's evaluate the other options. Option A, preventing nepotism, that would be addressed through an anti-nepotism policy, not a background check policy. Option C, false information on resumes. This is usually caught during reference checks or verification processes, but not typically the main focus of background checks, which centers on criminal history and financial records. And option D, preventing corporate espionage. So while background checks might reveal past employment, this is not their primary goal, and prior employment alone does not indicate espionage. Question number 77. A technician was dispatched to complete repairs on a server in a data center. While locating the server, the technician entered a restricted area without authorization. Which of the following security controls would best prevent this in the future? Option A. Use appropriate signage to mark all areas. Option B. Utilize cameras monitored by a guard. Option C. Implement access control vestibules. And option D. Enforce escorts to monitor all visitors. And the correct option is option C. Implement access control vestibules. So access control vestibules, also known as man traps, are physical security controls that require individuals to be authenticated before entering secure areas. They typically consist of two sets of doors. A person must be authenticated to pass through the first door. Once inside the vestibule, the first door closes before the second door opens, often requiring another authentication. So, this setup prevents unauthorized access to restricted areas even if someone accidentally or intentionally tries to enter. Question number 78. Which of the following would best provide a systems administrator with the ability to more efficiently identify systems and manage permissions and policies based on location, role, and service level? And the options are option A, standard naming conventions, option B, domain services, option C, baseline configurations, and option D, diagrams. And the correct option is option B, domain services. So, domain services such as Microsoft Active Directory provide centralized authentication, authorization, and management of users, computers, and policies within a network. They allow a system administrator to organize systems and users by location, role, and service level, assign permissions and group policies efficiently, and streamline access control and security policies across the domain. So, this makes the domain services the best option for managing identities and systems at scale. Question number 79. Which of the following would detect intrusions at the perimeter of an airport? And the options are option A, signage, option B, fencing, option C, motion sensors, option D, lighting, and option E, bollards. And the correct option is option C, motion sensors. The motion sensors are designed to detect movement in a designated area and are commonly used at perimeters like those of an airport to detect intrusions in real time. They act as a detective control, alerting security personnel to unauthorized movement near or across the perimeter. Question number 80. A security analyst is concerned about critical vulnerabilities that have been detected on some applications running inside containers. Which of the following is the best remediation strategy? Option A, update the base container image and redeploy the environment. Option B, include the containers in the regular patching schedule for servers. Option C, patch each running container individually and test the application. And option D, update the host in which the containers are running. And the correct option is option A, update the base container image and redeploy the environment. So containers are ephemeral and stateless by design, meaning they can be destroyed and rebuilt easily. The best practice when dealing with vulnerabilities in containerized applications is to update the base image, which includes the OS libraries and dependencies, rebuild the container image with the latest patches, and redeploy the updated containers. This ensures that all containers using that image benefit from the fixes and the environment remains consistent and secure. Question number 81. An organization has decided to purchase an insurance policy because a risk assessment determined that the cost to remediate the risk is greater than the 5-year cost of insurance policy. The organization is enabling risk. Option A, avoidance. Option B, acceptance. Option C, mitigation. And option D, transference. And the correct option is option D, risk transference. So, when an organization purchases insurance to protect against a potential loss, it is transferring the financial risk to another party, that is the insurance company. This is known as a risk transference. In this case, rather than spending a large amount to remediate the risk directly, the organization chooses to pay a smaller, predictable cost, that is insurance premium, over time, allowing the insurer to absorb the potential impact. Question number 82. A security analyst receives an alert from the company's SIEM that anomalous activity is coming from a local source IP address of 192.168.34.26. The Chief Information Security Officer asks the analyst to block the originating source. Several days later, another employee opens an internal ticket stating that vulnerability scans are no longer being performed properly. The IP address the employee provides is 192.168.3.26. Which of the following describes this type of alert? And the options are option A, true negative, option B, true positive, option C, false positive, and option D, false negative. And the correct option is option C, false positive. So, a false positive occurs when a security system like a SIEM solution incorrectly identifies benign activity as malicious. So, in this scenario, the SIEM alerted on activity from IP address 192.168.34.26, labeling it as anomalous. Based on this alert, the analyst blocked the IP address. Later, it's discovered that this IP belongs to a vulnerability scanner, which is a legitimate and authorized tool. So, thus the alert was a false positive, that is, the system thought it was a threat, but it was actually authorized activity. So, quick definition of the other options. Option A, true negative, is that no alert is generated and no malicious activity is occurring. That is, normal behavior generates no alert, which is a correct outcome. And true positive is when alert is generated for actual malicious activity. That is, alert was generated against a real threat. While the false negative is that no alert is generated but malicious activity is happening, that is, system missed the threat. Question number 83. A security analyst wants to reference a standard to develop a risk management program. Which of the following is the best source for the analyst to use? And the options are option A, SSAE SOC 2, option B, ISO 31000, option C, NIST CSF, that is Cyber Security Framework, and option D, GDPR. And the correct option is option B, ISO 31000. So, ISO 31000 is an international standard specifically focused on risk management. It provides principles, frameworks, and processes for managing risk in any organization and is the best choice when developing a risk management program. Let's break down the other options. Option A, SSAE SOC 2 focuses on auditing controls related to security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. Primarily for service organizations, it's not a risk management framework. Option C, NIST CSF, that is cybersecurity framework. So while it includes risk management elements, it primarily focus is on cybersecurity risk, not enterprise-wide risk management like ISO 31000. And option D, GDPR is a privacy regulation focused on data protection for EU citizens, not a risk management framework. Question number 84. The Chief Information Security Officer CISO requested a report on potential areas of improvement following a security incident. Which of the following incident response processes is the CISO requesting? And the options are option A, lessons learned, option B, preparation, option C, detection, option D, containment, and option E, root cause analysis. And the correct option is option A, lessons learned. So the lessons learned phase of the incident response process occurs after the incident has been contained, eradicated, and recovered. Its main goal is to review the incident in detail and identify what went well and what did not, highlight potential areas of improvement, and update policies, procedures, and controls based on findings. So, since the CISO is requesting a report on potential improvements after the incident, this clearly aligns with the lessons learned phase. Question number 85. A company is providing security awareness training regarding the importance of not forwarding social media messages from unverified sources. Which of the following risks would this training help to prevent? And the options are option A, hoaxes, option B, spams, option C, identity fraud, and option D, credential harvesting. And the correct option is option A, hoaxes. So, training users not to forward social media messages from unverified sources is aimed at preventing the spread of hoaxes, that is, false or misleading information often shared to cause panic or confusion, spread disinformation, and trick users into taking unnecessary or harmful actions. So, let's examine the other options. Option B, spam, that is spam or instant messaging, refers to unsolicited messages sent via chat or instant messaging applications. So while similar in medium, the question focuses on forwarding unverified messages, not receiving spam. And option C, identity fraud, involves stealing someone's personal information to impersonate them. This training does not directly address that. And option D, credential harvesting, involves phishing attempts to gather login credentials. While false messages can be a vector, the primary focus here is on hoaxes, not phishing links or credential theft. Question number 86. A security analyst is receiving numerous alerts reporting that the response time of an internet facing application has been degraded. However, the internal network performance was not degraded. Which of the following most likely explains this behavior? And the options are option A, DNS poisoning, option B, MAC flooding, option C, DDoS attack, and option D, ARP poisoning. And the correct option is option C, DDoS attack, that is the distributed denial of service attack. So a distributed denial of service, that is DDoS attack, targets a public facing service or application with high volume of traffic from multiple sources to overwhelm its resources, resulting in degraded response time or unavailability. In this scenario, the internet facing application is slow or unresponsive, a classic symptom of DDoS attack. The internal network is unaffected, which supports the idea that the attack is coming from external sources, not something internal like address resolution protocol or MAC based attacks. Question number 87. Which of the following will increase the cryptographic security? And the options are option A, high data entropy, option B, algorithms that require less computing power, option C, longer key longevity, and option D, hashing. And the correct option is option A, high data entropy. So what is high data entropy? So high data entropy refers to data that is more random and unpredictable, which is essential for strong cryptographic operations like key generation, random number generation, and initialization vectors. High entropy makes it much harder for attackers to guess or reproduce cryptographic values, thereby increasing overall cryptographic security. Question number 88. Which of the following statement best describes zero-day exploits? And the options are option A, when a zero-day exploit is discovered, the system cannot be protected by any means. Option B, zero-day exploits have their own scoring category in CVSS. Option C, a zero-day exploit is initially undetectable and no page for it exists. And option D, discovering zero-day exploits is always performed via bug bounty programs. And the correct option is option C, a zero-day exploit is initially undetectable and no page for it exists. So a zero-day exploit refers to a new, previously unknown vulnerability that is exploited before the software vendor has released a patch. Key characteristics include no available fix at the time of discovery, hence zero day to patch it, often undetectable by traditional security tools initially, and can be exploited in the wild before anyone is aware of it. Question number 89. A company wants to restrict emailing of PHI, that is personal health information document, or patient health information document. The company is implementing a DLP solution, that is data loss prevention solution. In order to restrict PHI document, which of the following should be performed first? And the options are option A, retention, option B, governance, option C, classification, and option D, change management. And the correct option is option C, classification. So before data loss prevention solution can effectively detect and restrict sensitive data like PHI, that is protected health information, the data must first be classified. So classification involves identifying and labeling data based on sensitivity level, for example, public, confidential, PHI, etc., helping the DLP system recognize which documents contain PHI and enabling automated enforcement of policies to block, quarantine, or alert on data handling violations. Question number 90. Which of the following describes the continuous delivery software development methodology? Option A, waterfall, option B, spiral, option C, V-shaped, and option D, agile. And the correct option is option D, agile. And the explanation is, so continuous delivery, that is CD, is a core practice within the agile software development methodology. It focuses on automating the software release process, ensuring that software can be safely and reliably released to production at any time, and delivering frequent incremental updates to applications. Agile promotes iterative development, collaboration, and flexibility, which aligns perfectly with continuous delivery goals. Question number 91. An organization wants to participate in threat intelligence information sharing with peer groups. Which of the following would most likely meet the organization's requirement? And the options are option A, perform OSINT investigation, that is open source intelligence investigation. Option B, subscribe to threat intelligence feeds. Option C, submit RFCs. And option D, implement a taxi server. And the correct option is option D, implement a taxi server. So taxi, that is trusted automated exchange of indicator information, is a protocol specifically designed for sharing cyber threat intelligence or CTI between organizations in an automated and standard way. It works with STIX, that is structured threat information expression format, to structure the data. A taxi server allows organizations to exchange threat intelligence securely and efficiently with peer groups, ISACs, government entities, or private partners. This aligns directly with the requirement to participate in threat intelligence information sharing. Question number 92. Which of the following is the most effective control against zero-day vulnerabilities? And the options are option A, network segmentation, option B, page management, option C, intrusion prevention system, and option D, multiple vulnerability scanners. And the correct option is option A, network segmentation. So zero-day vulnerabilities are flaws that are not yet known to the vendor and for which no patch is available at the time of exploitation. This makes traditional defenses like patching or signature-based detection ineffective until the vulnerability is disclosed and mitigated. So why a network segmentation is most effective? It is because it limits the spread of attacks within the network. It isolates critical systems, making it harder for attackers to move laterally. It reduces the impact of a successful zero-day exploit, and it works proactively even if the vulnerability is unknown. Question number 93. Which of the following is the greatest security concern when outsourcing code development to third-party contractor for an internet-facing application? The options are option A, intellectual property theft, option B, elevated privileges, option C, unknown backdoor, and option D, quality assurance. And the correct option is option C, unknown backdoor. So when outsourcing code development, especially for internet-facing applications, the greatest security concern is the possibility of a malicious or unintentional backdoor being inserted into code. These backdoors can allow attackers unauthorized access to systems, bypassing authentication or other controls, and they can be difficult to detect during regular testing. Here is why the other options are less critical in comparison. Option A, intellectual property theft, is a business and legal concern, but it does not pose the same direct threat to system security as a backdoor does. Option B, elevated privileges, while important, contractors can be restricted by policies, monitoring, and sandbox environments. A backdoor can bypass all of that. And option D, quality assurance. Poor quality assurance may lead to vulnerabilities, but it's not as intentionally dangerous as a hidden backdoor. Question number 94. An organization has hired a red team to simulate attack on its security posture. Which of the following will the blue team do after detecting an IOC that is indicator of compromise? And the options are option A, re-image the impacted workstations. Option B, activate runbooks for incident response. Option C, conduct forensics on the compromised system. And option D, conduct passive reconnaissance to gather information. And the correct option is option B, activate runbooks for incident response. And the explanation is, so when a blue team defensive security team detects an indicator of compromise, that is IOC, during a red team exercise or real attack, the first step is to follow established incident response procedure, often documented as runbooks. Breakdown of the incorrect options. Option A, re-image the impacted stations. So this may happen later during containment or recovery, but not the first step upon detection. Option C, conduct forensics on the compromised system. It is important, but it's part of the investigation phase, which comes after initial incident response actions are triggered. And option D, conduct passive reconnaissance to gather information. So this is an offensive tactic usually performed by red teams or attackers, not a blue team response. Question number 95. An amusement park is implementing a biometric system that validates customers' fingerprint to ensure they are not sharing tickets. The park's owner values customer above all and would prefer customers' convenience or security. For this reason, which of the following features should the security team prioritize first? And the options are option A, low FAR or FAR, that is false acceptance rate. Option B, low efficiency. Option C, low FRR, that is false rejection rate. And option D, low CR, that is centralized error rate. And the correct option is option C, low FRR. So the FRR, or false rejection rate, refers to how often authorized users are incorrectly rejected by the biometric system. Since the amusement park owner values customer convenience above all, the system should minimize the chances of rejecting legitimate customers, even if that means slightly reduced security. Here is a breakdown of incorrect options. Option A, low FAR, that is low false acceptance rate. So this minimizes unauthorized access, which is important for security, but in this scenario, customer experience is more important than security. And low efficacy, this is not a standard biometric metric and likely a distractor. High efficacy is usually desirable. And low CR, so CR is crossover error rate. CR is a balance between FAR and FRR. While important, prioritizing customer convenience means focusing specifically on reducing FRR, not balancing both rates. Question number 96. Which of the following organizations sets frameworks and controls for uptime security organization on systems? And the options are option A, ISO, option B, GDPR, option C, CIDSS, and option D, NIST. And the correct option is option D, NIST. So NIST, that is National Institute of Standard and Technology, develops security frameworks, guidelines, and control baselines that help organizations establish optimal security configurations for systems, networks, and data. Example include NIST SP 800-53, which is a security and privacy control standard, and NIST Cybersecurity Framework, or CSF, is used for improving critical infrastructure cyber security. So why the other options are incorrect? Option A, ISO. So while ISO 27001 provides an information security management framework, it is more strategic and management focused than technical system configuration guidelines. Option B, GDPR, which is a data privacy regulation from EU, is not a technical framework or control set for system configuration. And option C, PCI DSS, which is a security standard for handling payment card data, but is specific to payment environment and does not offer broad system security configuration guidelines. Question number 97. An organization discovered files with proprietary financial data have been deleted. The files have been recovered from backup, but every time the chief financial officer logs into the financial file server, the same files are deleted again. No other users are experiencing this issue. Which of the following types of malware is most likely causing this here? The options are option A, logic bomb, option B, crypto malware, option C, spyware, and option D, remote access Trojan. And the correct option is option A, logic bomb. And the explanation is, so a logic bomb is a type of malicious code that triggers when specific conditions are met. For example, when a specific user logs in or a particular action is performed. In this case, the CFO logs in and files are deleted automatically, but no other users experience the issue. This strongly indicates a logic bomb designed to trigger only under a specific condition, that is during CFO login, making it most likely cause. Question number 98. A security analyst has identified malware spreading through the corporate network and has activated SIRT. Which of the following should the analyst do next? So CSIRT is Computer Security and Incident Response Team, and the options are option A, review how the malware was introduced to the network, option B, attempt to quarantine all infected hosts to limit further spread, option C, create help desk stickers to get infected systems re-imaged, and option D, update all endpoints and virus solutions with latest updates. And the correct option is option B, attempt to quarantine all infected hosts to limit further spread. And the explanation is, so once the CSIRT, that is Computer Security Incident Response Team, activated and malware has been identified, the immediate priority is containment, that is preventing the malware from spreading further within the network. So quarantining infecting systems is a critical containment step, helping isolate compromised machines and limit the damage. Question number 99. During an incident response, an analyst applied rules to all inbound traffic on the border firewall and implemented ACLs on each critical server. Following an investigation, the company realizes it is still vulnerable because outbound traffic is not restricted and the adversary is able to maintain a presence in the network. In which of the following stages of the cyber kill chain is the adversary currently operating? And the options are option A, reconnaissance, option B, command and control, option C, actions on objective, and option D, exploitation. And the correct option is option B, command and control. So in the cyber kill chain, the command and control stage is where an attacker establishes a persistent communication channel between the compromised system and an external server. This allows the adversary to maintain a presence in the network, send commands to infected, and exfiltrate data or perform further actions. In this scenario, the firewall and ACLs were configured for inbound traffic, but outbound traffic was left unrestricted, so allowing the attacker to maintain control of compromised systems. This clearly indicates the adversary is in command and control phase. Question number 100. A recent security breach exploited software vulnerabilities in the firewall and within the network management solution. Which of the following will most likely be used to identify when the breach occurred through each device? And the options are option A, SIEM correlation dashboards, option B, firewall syslog event logs, option C, network management solution login audit logs, and option D, bandwidth monitors and interface sensor. And the correct option is option A, SIEM correlation dashboards. So a SIEM, that is security information and event management solution, collects, correlates, and analyzes logs and events from multiple sources like firewalls, servers, applications, and network management systems. When a breach involves multiple devices, for example, a firewall and a network management solution, the best way to identify when and how the breach occurred across these systems is by using correlation capabilities of a SIEM dashboard. So this dashboard basically enables timeline reconstruction, cross-system correlation, centralized visibility, and alerting based on abnormal activity patterns. So that's it for this video. So please subscribe and like the video. I will also upload the next video containing the practice questions of the important topics. And I am confident and assure you that going through these videos, the practice question video, you will perform very well on the exam. So let's see you in the next video. Question number 101. Following the detection of an unauthorized device connected to the corporate network, the security team at XYZ Corporation conducts an ad hoc risk assessment. What is the most critical aspect for the team to consider in this assessment? And the options are option A, the impact on network performance due to the unauthorized device. Option B, the potential for data exfiltration or compromise from the device. Option C, the cost of upgrading the network security to prevent future incidents. And option D, the need to train employees on proper device management. And the correct option is option B, the potential for data exfiltration or compromise from the device. And the explanation is, so when an unauthorized device is detected on a corporate network, the most critical concern is security risk, especially whether the device could lead to data theft, unauthorized access, or compromise of sensitive systems. While performance, cost, and training are important considerations, they are secondary compared to the immediate threat of a potential breach or exfiltration of corporate data. Question number 102. An online retailer stores customer transaction records in its database. To protect customer privacy, the retailer implements record level encryption. What is a key advantage of this encryption approach in terms of data privacy? So if you know some basics about a database, so in database, data is stored in rows and columns. And these individual rows that represent a complete information about anything, such as, let's suppose, a customer. It may represent the customer name, his social security number, his salary, etc. So this complete row is known as a record. So here we are talking about an individual record level encryption. So the options for the questions are option A, it speeds up the processing of customer transaction. Option B, it enables targeted advertising based on transaction records. Option C, it secures individual records protecting specific customer details. And option D, it aggregates data for easier analysis and reporting. And the correct option is option C, it secures individual records protecting specific customer details. So record level encryption ensures that each customer's transaction record is encrypted separately. This means that even if part of the database is compromised, only the exposed records are at risk, not the entire dataset. It provides granular protection of sensitive information and helps preserve customer privacy. Question number 103. A security analyst at a large corporation notices that several workstations are infected with a new variant of malware despite having up-to-date antivirus software installed. Malware is causing significant disruption to business operations. What is the most likely reason for the failure of the antivirus software to detect the threat, and what should be the analyst's immediate action? And the options are: option A, the antivirus software is not compatible with the operating system, upgrade the operating system. Option B, the malware is a zero-day threat, update the antivirus with the latest threat intelligence. Option C, the antivirus software is misconfigured, reconfigure the antivirus settings. And option D, the network firewall is allowing malware through, update the firewall rules. And the correct option is option B, the malware is a zero-day threat, update the antivirus with the latest threat intelligence. So if the workstations are infected despite having up-to-date antivirus, the most likely cause is that the malware is a zero-day variant, that is a previously unknown threat not yet included in the traditional antivirus signature databases. In such cases, the analyst's immediate action should be to update security tools with the latest threat intelligence and leverage advanced detection methods, for example, behavior analysis, endpoint detection and response to contain and remediate the infection. Question number 104. A large retail chain is transferring the risk of credit card fraud to a third-party payment processing service. What aspects should the retail chain focus on to ensure effective risk transfer in this scenario? And the options are: option A, the speed and efficiency of the third-party payment processing system. Option B, the contractual obligations and liability terms with the service provider. Option C, the compatibility of the payment system with the chain's point of sale technology. And option D, the potential for reduced transaction fees and cost savings. And the correct option is option B, the contractual obligations and liability terms with the service provider. So when transferring risk to a third-party provider, the most critical factor is ensuring that the contract clearly defines liability, responsibilities, and compliance requirements. For example, PCI DSS, that is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. So speed, compatibility, and cost savings are operational considerations, but they don't guarantee effective risk transfer. Only well-defined contractual and legal obligations do. Question number 105. An organization uses an automated system for security monitoring, integrating multiple security tools via APIs. After implementing a new security tool, the team noticed a delay in the aggregation of security logs. What should be the first step in troubleshooting this issue? And the options are: option A, replacing the new security tool with a different one. Option B, checking the API integration between the new tool and the existing system. Option C, increasing the bandwidth of the organization's network. And option D, training the security team on the new tool functionalities. And the correct option is option B, checking the API integration between the new tool and the existing system. So since the issue appeared right after adding the new security tool, the first logical step is to verify whether the API integration is functioning correctly. Misconfigured or inefficient API connections often cause delays in log aggregation. Replacing the tool, upgrading bandwidth, or training staff may help later if needed, but troubleshooting should begin with the most direct and likely cause. Question number 106. A healthcare provider uses digital certificates issued by a certificate authority or CA for secure email communications with patients. How does the CA enhance the security of these email communications? And the options are option A, it filters spam and phishing emails from patients' inboxes. Option B, it provides encrypted storage for email messages. Option C, it authenticates the healthcare provider's identity to patients receiving the emails. And option D, it automatically translates email content into multiple languages. And the correct option is option C, it authenticates the healthcare provider's identity to patients receiving the email. So the main function of CA is the authentication of the sender using the digital certificates. A CA or certificate authority issues digital certificates that verify the authenticity of the sender's identity. In this case, patients can trust that emails truly come from the healthcare provider, reducing the risk of impersonation or phishing. While encryption may also be involved, the CA's primary role is identity authentication, not filtering, storage, or translation. Question number 107. During a security training, employees are informed about a recent incident where a hacker used a blue snorting attack to access and steal information from a company phone left in pairing mode in a public space. This type of attack primarily exploits which vulnerability in Bluetooth enabled devices? And the options are option A, open Wi-Fi networks, option B, outdated firmware, option C, weak or default pairing codes, and option D, insecure Bluetooth pairing practices. And the correct option is option D, insecure Bluetooth pairing practices. So, blue snarfing attacks exploit insecure Bluetooth pairing where a device left in discoverable or pairing mode can be accessed without the user's knowledge. This allows attackers to connect and steal data such as contacts, messages, or files. While outdated firmware and weak codes can contribute to risks, the core vulnerability in blue snarfing is poor Bluetooth pairing security practices. Question number 108. A bank is enhancing its online banking platform to include biometric authentication for customer logins. This is in addition to existing username and password authentication. The bank aims to strengthen security by verifying the identity of customers more reliably. Which type of authentication is being implemented by the bank to authenticate its customers more effectively? And the options are option A, single factor authentication, option B, two factor authentication, option C, multi factor authentication, and option D, token based authentication. And the correct option is option C, multi factor authentication. So, what about the option B? Please comment about option B, that why option B is not the correct option, and write your answer in the comments. And the explanation is that the multi-factor authentication involves using more than one method to verify a user's identity. In this scenario, the bank is adding biometric authentication, something the user is, to the existing username, and password authentication, which is something the user knows. So this combination of two different type of authentication factors significantly enhancing security by ensuring that even if one factor, such as a password, is compromised, unauthorized access is still prevented by additional factor, that is biometric authentication. So MFA or multi-factor authentication is widely recognized for providing a higher level of security compared to single factor or token based authentication. Question number 109. An organization wants to reduce the likelihood of unauthorized access to its office building. Which of the following deterrent control would be most effective in achieving this goal? And the options are option A, posting warning signs about surveillance and penalties for trespassing. Option B, installing a firewall on the office network. Option C, conducting background checks on new employees. And option D, implementing an employee security awareness program. And the correct option is option A, posting warning signs about surveillance and penalties for trespassing. And the explanation is so deterrent controls are meant to discourage or prevent malicious actions by creating fear of consequences. Warning signs about video surveillance and legal penalties make potential intruders think twice before attempting unauthorized access. A firewall is a technical preventive control, not a physical deterrent. Background checks are detective and preventive controls for insiders. And awareness program is administrative preventive control. For physical unauthorized access, visible deterrents like warning signs and surveillance notices are most effective. Question number 110. A company is configuring a new secure web server. The IT team needs to decide on the appropriate port to use for the encrypted web traffic. Considering best practices for secure web communication, which port should the IT team configure for the web server to handle the HTTPS traffic? HTTPS is the secure and encrypted web traffic. And the options are option A, port 21, typically used for FTP, file transfer protocol, to leverage its widespread use. Option B, port 80, commonly used for HTTP to ensure compatibility with web browsers. Option C, port 443, the standard port for HTTPS to provide secure communication. And option D, port 25, commonly used for SMTP, that is simple mail transfer protocol, to facilitate email notifications. And the correct option is option C, port 443, the standard port for HTTPS to provide secure communication. And the explanation is so by default, HTTPS, that is secure web traffic, runs on port 443, ensuring encrypted communication between the client and the server using SSL/TLS. Port 21 is used by the FTP, that is file transfer protocol. Port 80 is used by HTTP, which is unencrypted and unsecure web traffic. And port 25 is used for SMTP, that is simple mail transfer protocol, for email transfer, not web traffic. So therefore, for secure web communication, the IT team should configure the server on port 443. Question number 111. A large e-commerce company has implemented a new online shopping platform. To ensure high availability and fault tolerance, the IT team is considering either load balancing or clustering for their web servers. During a peak shopping season, one of the web servers experiences a hardware failure. In this context, which solution would have ensured continuous service without any downtime or performance degradation? And the options are option A, load balancing, option B, clustering, option C, neither load balancing nor clustering, and option D, both load balancing and clustering. And the correct option is option B, clustering. So why is clustering the correct option? So load balancing basically distribute traffic across multiple servers, but if one server fails, users connected to it may experience some dropped sessions unless session persistence and failover mechanisms are in place. While clustering, on the other hand, provides fault tolerance and high availability by allowing another node in the cluster to automatically take over when one fails, ensuring continuous service with no downtime. So in this case of a hardware failure, clustering is the solution that guarantees uninterrupted service. Question number 112. Which of the following is the first environment in which proper secure coding should be practiced? And the options are option A, stage, option B, development, option C, production, and option D, test. So these are all different phases or stages of software or coding development life cycle. So we are asked about the stage at which the secure coding should be practiced, or the first environment where secure coding should be practiced, and the correct option is development. So we should start secure coding practice from the very beginning, and the initial stage, that is development. So proper securing coding should be first implemented in the development environment. The development environment is where software engineers write, test, and debug code before it progresses to other environments such as testing, staging, and production. By practicing secure coding principles from the outset in the development environment, developers can mitigate potential vulnerabilities and security flaws early in the software development lifecycle. This approach helps reduce the likelihood of introducing security issues that could persist into later stages and production environment. Question number 113. A cloud service provider has created an environment where customers can connect existing local network to the cloud for additional computing resources and block internal HR applications from reaching the cloud. Which of the following cloud models is being used? And the options are option A, public, option B, community, option C, hybrid, option D, private. And the correct option is option C, hybrid. So the cloud model being used in this scenario is hybrid. In a hybrid cloud model, organizations can integrate their existing on-premises infrastructure or private cloud with the public cloud services. In this case, the cloud service provider allows customers to connect their existing local networks, likely on-premises network or private cloud, to the cloud environment to access additional computing resources. At the same time, internal HR applications are blocked from reaching the cloud, indicating a selective integration strategy where certain applications or data remain on premises or in a private cloud environment while others utilize public cloud resources. Question number 114. An organization has developed an application that needs a patch to fix a critical vulnerability. In which of the following environments should the patch be deployed last? And the options are option A, test, option B, staging, option C, development, and option D, production. And the correct option is option D, production, and the explanation is, so the page should be deployed last in the production environment. Here is the order of deployment for patching a critical vulnerability. Development, so this is where the page is first created and tested to ensure it fixes the vulnerabilities. Staging, this is a simulated production environment where the page can be thoroughly tested for functionality and compatibility with other applications before deploying it to live systems. Test, so if needed, the patch can undergo additional testing in a dedicated test environment. And production, after successful testing in the non-production environment, the patch is finally deployed to the live production environment where the application is used by real users. So deploying the patch to production last minimizes the risk of introducing new issues or downtime to critical systems. Question number 115. An organization is building backup server rooms in geographically diverse locations. The Chief Information Security Officer implemented a requirement on the project that states the new hardware cannot be susceptible to the same vulnerabilities in the existing server room. Which of the following should the system engineer consider? And the options are option A, purchasing hardware from different vendors. Option B, migrating workloads to public cloud infrastructure. Option C, implementing a robust patch management solution. And option D, designing a new detective security controls. And the correct option is option A, purchasing hardware from different vendors. So different vendors means hardware diversity, which reduces risk if a single vendor fails or if a single vendor has vulnerabilities. Question number 116. A security analyst is working on a project to implement a solution that monitors network communication and provides alerts when abnormal behavior is detected. Which of the following is the security analyst most likely implementing? And the options are option A, vulnerability scans, option B, user behavior analysis, option C, security orchestration, automation and response, and option D, threat hunting. And the correct option is option B, user behavior analysis. The security analysis is most likely implementing user behavior analysis. User behavior analysis or UBA involves monitoring and analyzing patterns of network communication and user activities to detect deviations from normal behavior. By analyzing behaviors such as network traffic patterns, login times, data access patterns, and more, UBA solution can identify anomalous activities that may indicate insider threats, compromised accounts, or other malicious activities. Question number 117. A customer service representative reported an unusual text message that was sent to the help desk. The message contained an unrecognized invoice number with a large balance due and a link to click for more details. Which of the following best describes this technique? And the options are option A, phishing, option B, whaling, option C, phishing, and option D, smishing. And the correct option is option D, smishing. So the technique described where a text message contains a link to click for more details about an unrecognized invoice with a large balance due is best described as smishing. So smishing or SMS phishing involves sending fraudulent text messages that typically contain a link or phone number designed to deceive recipients into providing sensitive information or clicking on malicious links. In this case, the text message aims to lure recipients into clicking the link, which could lead to a phishing website or malware installation. Question number 118. Which of the following actions would be recommended to improve an incident response process? And the options are option A, train the teams to identify the difference between events and incidents. Option B, modify access so the IT team has full access to the compromised assets. Option C, contact the authorities if a cyber crime is suspected. And option D, restrict communication surrounding the response to the IT team. And the correct option is option A, train the team to identify the difference between events and incidents. So the action recommended to improve an incident response process is train the team to identify the difference between events and incident. And here is why. So training the team to identify the difference between events and incident helps ensure that incidents are properly recognized and escalated for appropriate response actions. This training includes understanding the severity and impact of events and incidents, distinguishing between normal operational activities and security breaches, and responding promptly and effectively to mitigate risks. Question number 119. A cybersecurity administrator needs to implement a layer 7 security control on a network and block potential attacks. Which of the following can block an attack at layer 7? Choose two options. So we are talking about OSI layer 7, also known as application layer. And the options are option A, HIDS, that is Host Intrusion Detection System. Option B, NIPS, Network Intrusion Prevention System. Option C, HSM, Hardware Security Module. Option D, WAF or Web Application Firewall. Option E, NAC, Network Access Control. And option F, NIDS, Network Intrusion Detection System. And the two correct options are option B, NIPS, Network Intrusion Prevention System, and option D, WAF, Web Application Firewall. So to implement a layer 7 or application layer security control on a network and block potential attacks, the following options can be considered. Number one is WAF, Web Application Firewall. So a WAF operates at layer 7 of the OSI model and can inspect and filter HTTP or web traffic to detect and block attacks targeting web applications such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and other application layer attacks. While the second is NIPS, Network Intrusion Prevention System. So some advanced NIPS solutions can operate at layer 7 to inspect and filter application layer traffic for known and unknown attacks. They can analyze application protocols to detect anomalies and malicious patterns indicative of attacks. Question number 120. A business operations manager is concerned that a PC that is critical to business operation will have a costly hardware failure soon. The manager is looking for options to continue business operations without incurring large costs. Which of the following would mitigate the manager's concerns? And the options are option A, implement a full system upgrade. Option B, perform a physical to virtual migration. Option C, install uninterruptible power supplies. And option D, purchase cybersecurity insurance. And the correct option is option B, perform a physical to virtual migration. So physical to virtual migration involves moving the critical application and its data from a physical PC to a virtual machine running on a server. This allows the business to continue operations even if the physical PC fails because the VM can be easily migrated to another server. This is a cost-effective solution compared to a full upgrade. Question number 121. Which of the following uses SAML for authentication? And the options are option A, TOTP, option B, Federation, option C, Kerberos, and option D, HOTP. And the correct option is option B, Federation. So the technology that uses SAML, that is Security Assertion Markup Language for authentication, is Federation. Federation refers to the use of standards such as SAML to enable single sign-on or SSO across different systems or organizations. SAML allows for the exchange of authentication and authorization data between trusted entities, facilitating seamless access to multiple applications or services without requiring users to log in separately to each one. Question number 1 to 2. Business partners are working on a security mechanism to validate transactions securely. The requirement is for one company to be responsible for deploying a trusted solution that will register and issue artifacts used to sign, encrypt, and decrypt transaction files. Which of the following is the best solution to adopt? And the options are option A, PKI, option B, blockchain, option C, SAML, and option D, OAuth. And the correct option is, so the correct option is PKI. And the explanation is, so the question describes a scenario where one company must register, issue, and manage artifacts, that is keys and certificates, that can be used to sign, encrypt, and decrypt transaction files. This is exactly what a public key infrastructure or PKI provides. So certificate authorities or CA issue and manage digital certificates. Certificates and keys are used for encryption, digital signatures, and secure communication. The other options, including blockchain, ensure distributed ledger integrity but not for centralized signing or encryption management. SAML is used for authentication and single sign-on, not for transaction file encryption. And OAuth is authorization framework for granting access, not for encryption or signing. So the best solution to adopt here is PKI or public key infrastructure. Question number 1 to 3. A security analyst has been asked by the Chief Information Security Officer to develop a secure method for or of providing centralized management of infrastructure, reduce the need to constantly replace aging end user machines, and provide a consistent user desktop experience. So which of the following best meets these requirements? And the options are option A, BYOD, that is bring your own device, option B, mobile device management or MDM, option C, VDI, that is virtual desktop infrastructure, and option D, containerization. And the correct option is option C, VDI, that is virtual desktop infrastructure. So VDI provides centralized management of infrastructure. It allows desktop to be hosted and managed centrally in the data center or cloud. It reduces the need to replace aging machines, so end user devices only act as thin clients. So hardware requirements are minimal, and it provides a consistent desktop experience. So all users connect to the standardized virtual desktops, ensuring uniformity. So other options such as BYOD or bring your own device lets users bring their own devices but does not solve centralized management or consistency. Mobile device management or MDM manages mobile devices, not desktops. And containerization separates applications and data but does not provide full desktop experience. Question number 1 to 4. Which of the following terms describes a broad range of information that is sensitive to a specific organization? And the options are option A, public, option B, top secret, option C, proprietary, and option D, open source. And the correct option is option C, proprietary. And the explanation is, so the proprietary information refers to a broad range of sensitive information that is unique and valuable to a specific organization, such as trade secrets, internal processes, product designs, and business strategies. Public information is meant for everyone and it is not sensitive. Top secret information are usually dealt by a government or military classification, and it is not a broad or business use information, while open source is freely shared and not sensitive. So for organization, the best term describing sensitive internal information is proprietary. Question number 1 to 5. An organization is planning to roll out a new mobile device policy and issue each employee a new laptop. These laptops would access the user's corporate operating system remotely and allow them to use the laptops for purposes outside of their job roles. Which of the following deployment models is being utilized? And the options are option A, MDM and application management, option B, BYOD and containers, option C, COAP and VDI, and option D, CYOD and VMs. And the correct option is option C, COAP and VDI, and the explanation is, so the COAP are the corporate owned and personally enabled. So these are the organization issued laptops, but employees are allowed to use them for both work and personal purposes. VDI are virtual desktop infrastructure, so employees remotely access the corporate operating system hosted centrally, providing secure and consistent work environments. Other option, MDM and application management, focuses on managing devices and applications but does not match the described model. BYOD and containers would mean employees bring their own devices, which is not the case here. And CYOD and VMs. So CYOD allows employees to choose from approved devices, but here the laptops are directly issued. Question number 1 to 6. A security forensics analyst is examining a virtual server. The analyst wants to preserve the present state of the virtual server, including memory content. Which of the following backup types should be used? And the options are option A, snapshot, option B, differential, option C, cloud, option D, full, and option E, incremental. And the correct option is option A, snapshot. So a snapshot of a virtual server captures the entire current state, including the disk content, memory content, and configuration. This makes it ideal for forensics and incident response, as it preserves the exact running state of the system for later analysis. Differential, incremental, and full backups are traditional file and data backups and do not capture memory state, while cloud is just a storage location, not a backup type. So, for preserving both disk and memory state of a virtual server, the best choice is snapshot. Question number 1 to 7. Which of the following methods would most likely be used to identify legacy systems? And the options are option A, bug bounty program, option B, vulnerability scan, option C, package monitoring, and option D, dynamic analysis. And the correct option is option B, vulnerability scan. So a vulnerability scan is typically used to identify systems with known vulnerabilities, and legacy systems are often outdated and may not be patched regularly. By running vulnerability scan across the network, an organization can detect these systems based on the vulnerabilities they present due to outdated software or unsupported configurations. Question number 1 to 8. Employees located off-site must have access to company resources in order to complete their assigned tasks. These employees utilize a solution that allows remote access without interception concern. Which of the following best describes this solution? And the options are option A, proxy server, option B, NG firewall or next generation firewall, Option C, VPN, that is virtual private network, and option D, security zone. So the key term here is without the interception concern or without the security concern of communication or packet interception. And the best solution for this is VPN, virtual private network. So a VPN or virtual private network is the best solution for employees to access company resources remotely without interception concern. A VPN creates a secure and encrypted tunnel over the internet, ensuring that data transmitted between the remote employee and the company network is protected from interception or eavesdropping. Question number 129. A company allows customers to upload PDF documents to its public e-commerce website. Which of the following would a security analyst most likely recommend? And the options are option A, utilizing attack signatures in NIDS. Option B, enabling software detection through a UTM. Option C, limiting the affected servers with a load balancer. And option D, blocking command injections via a web or web application firewall. And the correct option is option B, enabling malware detection through a UTM or Unified Threat Management. So when allowing users to upload files, especially PDFs, a security concern is that malicious file could be uploaded and executed on the server or spread to other users. Enabling malware detection through a UTM or Unified Threat Management System is a comprehensive approach to scanning uploaded files for malware before they can cause harm. A UTM solution typically includes multiple security functions such as intrusion detection, antivirus scanning, and web filtering, which can help detect and block malicious files. Question number 130. A security analyst developed a script to automate a trivial and repeatable task. Which of the following best describes the benefits of ensuring other team members understand how the script works? And the options are option A, to reduce implementation cost, option B, to identify complexity, option C, to remediate technical debt, and option D, to prevent a single point of failure. And the correct option is option D, to prevent a single point of failure. So when a security analyst developed a script to automate a task, ensuring that other team members understand how the script works reduces the risk of a single point of failure. If only one person understands the script, the organization could face significant issues if that individual is unavailable due to illness, vacation, or leaving the company. By making sure others are familiar with the script, the team can continue to use and troubleshoot it effectively, ensuring continuity and reducing dependency on a single individual. Question number 131. A company is decommissioning its physical servers and replacing them with an architecture that will reduce the number of individual operating systems. Which of the following strategies should the company use to achieve these security requirements? And the options are option A, microservices, option B, containerization, option C, virtualization, and option D, infrastructure as code. And the correct option is option B, containerization. So containerization involves running application in isolated environments, that is containers that share the host operating system. This allows for running multiple applications on a single OS while maintaining separation between the application. Unlike virtualization, which requires separate operating system installation for each virtual machine, containerization enables the use of fewer OS instances, thereby reducing the number of individual operating systems, and as such, reducing the overall resource consumption and load. Question number 132. An administrator needs to perform server hardening before deployment. Which of the following steps should the administrator take? Choose two options, and the options are option A, disable default accounts. Option B, add the server to the asset inventory. Option C, remove unnecessary services. Option D, document default passwords. Option E, send server logs to SIEM. And option F, join the server to the corporate domain. And the correct option is, the first correct option is option A, disable default accounts, and option C, remove unnecessary services. So server hardening involves securing a server by reducing its surface of vulnerability. This typically includes actions that remove unnecessary services, such as disabling unnecessary services, disabling default accounts, and configuring the system securely before deployment. So option A, disable default accounts often come, so the default accounts often come with known credentials and are a common target for attackers. Disabling or changing default accounts reduces the risk of unauthorized access. And option C, remove unnecessary services. So unnecessary services running on a server can create vulnerabilities, providing additional attack surface. Removing or disabling services that are not required for the server's intended purpose helps minimize these risks. Question number 133. A chief information security officer would like to conduct frequent detailed reviews of systems and procedures to track compliance objectives. Which of the following will be the best method to achieve this objective? And the options are option A, third party attestation, option B, penetration testing, option C, internal auditing, and option D, vulnerability scans. And the correct option is option C, internal auditing. So internal auditing is the most effective method for conducting frequent detailed reviews of systems and procedures to track compliance objectives. It involves a thorough examination of internal processes, controls, and systems to ensure compliance with regulations, policies, and standards. Internal audits can be performed regularly to track progress and identify any areas where the organization is not meeting its compliance objectives. Question number 134. Which of the following security concepts is accomplished with the installation of a radius servers? And the options are option A, CIA, option B, AAA, option C, ACL, and option D, PAM. The correct option is AAA, that is authentication, authorization, and accounting. So Radius, that is remote authentication dial-in user service, is a protocol that provides centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting, that is AAA, for network access. It helps manage users' access to the network, ensuring that only authorized individuals can access resources, tracking their activities, and enforcing security policies. Authentication is verifying the identity of the user or device trying to access the network. Authorization is defining what an authenticated user is allowed to do once they have access to the network. And accounting is tracking the activities of users, such as the duration of their connection, the services accessed, and data usage. Question number 135. After creating a contract for IT contractors, the Human Resources Department changed several clauses. The contract has gone through 3 revisions. Which of the following processes should the Human Resources Department follow to track revisions? And the options are option A, version validation, option B, version changes, option C, version updates, and option D, version control. And the correct option is option D, version control. So version control is the process of tracking and managing changes to a document or file over time, ensuring that revisions are documented and previous versions can be referenced or restored if necessary. In this case, the Human Resources Department is modifying the IT contractor's contract and needs to keep track of the changes made through multiple revisions. Version control helps maintain a history of all revisions, making it easier to track changes and ensure that the latest version is used. Question number 136. The executive management team is mandating the company develop a disaster recovery plan. Cost must be kept to a minimum and the money to fund additional internet connections is not available. Which of the following would be the best option? And the options are option A, cold site, option A, hot site, option B, cold site, option C, failure site, and option D, warm site. And the correct option is option B, cold site. So a cold site is a disaster recovery site that provides the basic infrastructure such as power, cooling, and space, but does not have pre-configured hardware, software, or network connections. In the event of a disaster, the company would need to bring its own equipment and systems online, which can be time-consuming but is most cost-effective option compared to other recovery site types. Question number 137. An administrator at a small business notices an increase in support calls from employees who receive a blocked page message after trying to navigate to a spoof website. Which of the following should the administrator do? And the options are option A, deploy multi-factor authentication, option B, decrease the level of the web filter setting, option C, implement security awareness training, and option D, update the acceptable use policy. And the correct option is option C, implement the security awareness training. So the employees are receiving blocked page messages after trying to access a spoofed website, which indicates they might be falling for phishing or social engineering attacks. Security awareness training will help employees recognize and avoid these type of threats by educating them about safe browsing practices, identifying suspicious links, and understanding the risk of visiting malicious sites. It is a proactive approach to reduce the likelihood of employees being tricked by spoofed websites. Question number 138. Which of the following teams is best suited to determine whether a company has systems that can be exploited by potential identified vulnerability? And the options are option A, purple team, option B, blue team, option C, red team, and option D, white team. And the correct option is option C, red team. So a red team is specifically tasked with simulating attacks on a company's system to identify vulnerabilities that could be exploited by adversaries. Their goal is to mimic the tactics, techniques, and procedures for real-world attackers to find weaknesses in the system and provide a comprehensive assessment of the company's security posture. Question number 139. A company is reviewing options to enforce user logins after several account takeovers. The following condition must be met as part of the solution. Number 1. Allow employees to work remotely or from assigned offices around the world. provide a seamless login experience, and limit the amount of equipment required. Which of the following best meets these conditions? And the options are option A, trusted devices, option B, geotagging, option C, smart cards, and option D, time-based logins. And the correct option is option A, trusted devices. So trusted devices allow employees to securely access company system using their personal or company issued devices that are recognized by the security system. This solution meets the given condition because number one, remote work employee can use their personal or company devices to access the system regardless of their location, that is remote or office based. Seamless login. Trusted devices often leverage a simple authentication mechanism. For example, device recognition or single sign-on for a smooth and continuous login experience without needing additional manual steps. And limited equipment. Trusted devices reduce the need for additional hardware like smart cards or tokens, as the devices themselves serve as the authentication vector. Question number 140. Which of the following methods can be used to detect attackers who have successfully infiltrated a network? Choose two options. And the options are option A, tokenization, option B, CICD, option C, honeypots, option D, threat modeling, option E, DNS sinkhole, and option F, data obfuscation. And the correct options are option C, honeypots, and option D, DNS sinkhole. So what are these? So honeypots are decoy systems set up to lure attackers into engaging with them. These systems are intentionally left vulnerable or seem attractive to attackers, but they are isolated from the real network. By monitoring interactions with the honeypots, security teams can detect when an attacker has successfully infiltrated the network and can gather intelligence on the attacker's methods. DNS sinkhole. So a DNS sinkhole is a technique used to intercept and redirect malicious DNS traffic to a controlled server. This can be used to detect when attackers are trying to communicate with external malicious servers, for example, for data exfiltration or command and control. If an attacker has infiltrated the network and is attempting to reach these servers, the sinkhole will detect and log their activity. Question number 141. A company wants to ensure that the software it develops will not be tampered with after the final version is completed. Which of the following should the company most likely use? And the options are option A, hashing, option B, encryption, option C, baseline, and option D, tokenization. And the correct option is option A, hashing. Hashing is a technique used to generate a unique fixed size string that is hashed based on the contents of the software or any data. Once the software is developed or finalized, the company can generate a hash of the software and store it securely. Later, whenever the software needs to be validated, the hash can be recomputed and compared to the stored hash to ensure that the software has not been tampered with. Any alteration in the software would result in a different hash, signaling that tampering has occurred. Question number 142. An organization completed a project to deploy SSO, that is single sign-on, across all business applications last year. Recently, the finance department selected a new cloud-based accounting software vendor. Which of the following would most likely be configured during the new software deployment? And the options are option A, Radius, option B, SAML, option C, EAP, and option D, Open ID. And the correct option is option B, SAML. So SAML or Security Assertion Markup Language is a widely used single sign-on SSO protocol that allows organizations to configure authentication across multiple applications. It is particularly effective for cloud-based applications where users can authenticate once through a centralized identity provider and then access a variety of applications without needing to log in multiple times. Since the organization has already deployed SSO across business applications, they would most likely use SAML to integrate the new cloud-based accounting software into the existing SSO setup. Question number 143. A user who is waiting for a flight at an airport logs into the airline website using the public Wi-Fi, ignores a security warning, and purchases an upgraded seat. When the flight lands, the user finds unauthorized credit card charges. Which of the following attacks most likely occurred? And the options are option A, replay attack, option B, memory attack, option C, buffer overflow attack, and option D, on path attack. And the correct option is option D, on path attack. So, what is an on path attack? An on-path attack, formerly known as man-in-the-middle attack, occurs when an attacker intercepts and potentially alters the communication between the two parties, such as a user and a website, without their knowledge. In this case, the user logged into the airline website or public Wi-Fi and ignored a security warning, making it easier for an attacker to intercept the communication and capture sensitive data such as credit card information. Public Wi-Fi networks are particularly vulnerable to on-path attacks because they are often unsecured, allowing attackers to position themselves between the user and the website, capturing or manipulating traffic. Question number 144. A network engineer deployed a redundant switch stack to increase system availability. However, the budget can only cover the cost of one ISP connection. Which of the following best describes the potential risk factor? And the options are option A, the equipment MTBF is unknown. Option B, the ISP has no SLA. Option C, N RPO has not been determined, and option D, there is a single point of failure. And the correct option is option D, there is a single point of failure. So the single point of failure refers to a situation where the entire system relies on one component, such as the ISP connection in this case. Since the company can only afford one ISP connection, if that connection goes down, the entire network will lose connectivity, which is a significant risk for system availability. Even though the redundant switch stack improves internal network resilience, the single ISP connection creates a vulnerability outside the network that can cause complete service disruption. Question number 145. A network team segmented a critical end-of-life server to a VLAN, that is virtual local area network, that can only be reached by specific devices but cannot be reached by the perimeter network. Which of the following best describe the controls the team implemented? Choose two options, and the options are option A, managerial, option B, physical, option C, corrective, option D, detective, option E, compensating, option F, technical, and option G, deterrent. And the correct options are option E, compensating, and option F, technical. So, technical, the team used technical controls to enforce access restrictions through network segmentation, that is VLAN, and by controlling which devices can communicate with the server. These measures are implemented through technologies such as network devices, for example, switches and firewalls, and VLAN configuration making this a technical control. Compensating. So compensating controls are implemented to mitigate risk when the ideal or primary controls cannot be applied. In this case, the server is end of life and probably lacks the necessary security features for direct exposure to the perimeter network. So segmenting it into a restricted VLAN provides a compensating control to limit its exposure and reduce the risk. Question number 146. A threat actor was able to use a username and password to log into a stolen company mobile device. Which of the following provides the best solution to increase mobile data security on all employees' company mobile devices? And the options are option A, application management, option B, full disk encryption, option C, remote wipe, and option D, containerization. And the correct option is option B, full disk encryption. So full disk encryption ensures that all data stored on the mobile device is encrypted, making it unreadable without proper authentication. If a threat actor gains access to a stolen mobile device, they will not be able to access the data unless they have the correct password or encryption key. This is the best solution for protecting the sensitive data on a mobile device in case of theft. Question number 147. Which of the following best describes the risk present after controls and mitigation factors have been applied? And the options are option A, residual, option B, avoided, option C, inherent, and option D, operational. And the correct option is option A, residual. So residual risk refers to the risk that remains after controls and mitigating factors have been applied to reduce or eliminate the initial risk. While these controls can reduce the likelihood or impact of a threat, they typically cannot eliminate the risk entirely. Therefore, the remaining risk after applying mitigation strategy is considered residual risk. Question number 148. A software development team asked a security administrator to recommend techniques that should be used to reduce the chances of the software being reverse engineered. Which of the following should the security administrator recommend? And the options are option A, digitally signing the software, option B, performing code obfuscation, option C, limiting the use of third-party libraries, and option D, using compile flags. And the correct option is option B, performing code obfuscation. So performing code obfuscation is a technique that makes the source code of the software more difficult to understand and reverse engineer. It involves changing the code structure without altering its functionality. This can include renaming libraries, functions, and class names to meaningless or cryptic names, altering the flow of the code, and using techniques that make it harder for an attacker to decipher the logic of the program. Question number 149. Which of the following is a possible factor for MFA or multi-factor authentication? And the options are option A, something you exhibit, option B, something you have, option C, somewhere you are, and option D, someone you know. The correct option is option B, something you have. So multi-factor authentication or MFA requires two or more different factors for authentication. These factors can fall into one or more of the following categories. Something you know, for example, password or PIN. Something you have, for example, a smartphone, hardware token, or smart card. Something you are, for example, biometric identifier like fingerprint or facial recognition, or someone you know. So someone you know is not typically considered a valid factor in standard MFA setups. Question number 150. A user downloaded software from an online forum. After the user installed the software, the security team observed external network traffic connected to the user's computer on an uncommon port. Which of the following is the most likely explanation for this unauthorized connection? And the options are: option A, the software had a hidden keylogger; option B, the software was ransomware; option C, the user's computer had a fileless wireless; and option D, the software contained a backdoor. The correct option is option D, the software contained a backdoor. So the software contained a backdoor means a backdoor allows remote access to the system, often without the user's knowledge. It is common for malicious software downloaded from untrusted sources to include a backdoor that enables an attacker to access the system flexibility. The unusual network traffic on an uncommon port is consistent with this type of malicious activity, as the attacker would be remotely controlling the system. So that's all for this video. Please like, subscribe, and share the video. And if you want more such videos, write in the comments. Thank you and see you in the next video.